We're going to open the floor for you to have some good, nice breakfast, coffee, and all that. So thank you so much. Take your seats. My name is Sean Oseku, and I'm going to be your host for today. Of course, with different other speakers that we're going to be speaking together with you this morning. But of course, I'd like to welcome you to the Uganda Internet Governance Forum. Um, this morning, we're here to witness a couple of very interesting things about how the internet works and its governance and how the things move through the internet. Is it safe for you to use the internet? Are you feeling scared, or is it risky for you at any one time? Now, all those things, we're going to share them. We're going to have deliberate conversations about it. And this is what we are going to discuss. But also, just so you know, we are going to launch the Uganda Parliament Governance Forum. We've done this before with them, and this is the other time that we're doing it. Last year we had very nice deliberations. I see quite familiar faces that we had last year when we were at Protea Hotel and all the other places. So I would like to just say thank you so much for coming again. We're going to be doing this today in the best way we can. So ladies and gentlemen, to open up today's event, I'd like to invite our president, Mr. Joshua Mpire, to give us our opening remarks for today, and then we continue with the event as it goes on. And I'd like to ask my guys on the PA system, please be alert every time I finish my anything and welcoming my guests, soothe them with some music to bring them on stage. So ladies and gentlemen, let's clap for Mr. Joshua Mpire, the president, as he gives us opening remarks.
Good morning. My name is Joshua Mpire, the current president of the Internet Society, Uganda chapter. And I would like to welcome you all to the Uganda Internet Governance Forum. Our theme today is building Uganda's digital governance. And I'm glad that we have the MPs today because we are dealing with governance. It's a good thing that we are going to have a launch today with the parliamentarians, including the Deputy Speaker and the Minister of ICT. Now, the Internet Society is a civil society organization which focuses on promoting the internet. Our focus is on having a safe internet, an affordable internet, and an accessible internet. And how do we do this? We do these digital forums. The Internet Society is also a membership kind of society. And on our website, you'll find ways on how to become a member. We invite individuals. We also invite institutions to be members of the Internet Society, so that together we can promote this internet, which is safe, which is accessible, which is affordable. So thank you all for making it here. We don't take it for granted. I'd like to hand over to the MC. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Joshua Mpeire, for your remarks. I know I'm going to invite you again a little bit later to speak to us on some of the things. But we're here today because we're discussing about internet governance, and we know there are lots of fragmentations about on the internet, of course, which includes censorship. We have things like privacy violations. We have cybersecurity threats, and also the impact of AI, which is something to be considered or discussed about. Now, all the things we're going to be hearing from the main speakers. We have very eminent people here who have knowledge, who are very knowledgeable on issues of governance of the internet. But not just that. We're also going to hear from the government of Uganda on what they're doing, you know, to help us on regulations, and not just regulation, but also how is the internet governed? How do we protect one another on the internet? So all this is something that we're going to be finding out a little later. And yes, Joshua, like I said, I'm going to be inviting you a bit later more when our guest of honor is here, so you can have more words with us. But ladies and gentlemen, as we wait for our guest of honor to enter in, rather to come inside and address us, I'd like to just take a short break, and then I will be giving you more instructions on what we're going to be doing a little bit later. But also, as we do that, I'd like to tell our convener Lillian Nalwoga to get ready because she is the one that we're going to be having to bring here to discuss and speak with us. So in just about 1 or 2 minutes, we'll be back with you. The guys on the control, please take over, and then we come back to you. So as you do that, please interact with one another, get to know one another, get to know more information about each other, discuss more, and of course prepare your questions where necessary so that I can have them. If you feel like you have a question, a burning question that you would like to ask even before the speakers come through, write down your question, share it with me, and then I will be able to articulate it for you. Or if you feel like you really need the microphone, I'll open the microphone lines later for you so you can ask directly by yourself. So we'll be back in a short while. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Big round of applause for our chief guest, Dr. Chris Barriomose. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to have you all here. And before we start off, I'd like to request everyone to keep standing so we can have the national anthem as we start our event today. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Take your seats. Good morning once again. My name is Sean Oseku, your host for today. And I'd like to welcome each and every one of you. Honorable Minister, the Deputy Speaker, MPs, and everyone that is here today, and our guests that are invited. We want to welcome you one more time to today's event. And we'll kick off immediately without wasting time, without further ado. And I'd like to invite again the president of the Uganda the Internet Forum, Uganda chapter, Mr. Joshua Mpaire, to come and give us opening remarks. And then thereafter, we will invite also our convener, who will also share with us a word or two about today.
Good morning, everyone. Once again, my name is Joshua Mpaire, the president of the Internet Society. I'm very, very glad to have our chief guests here. And today we'll be launching the Uganda Parliamentary Internet Governance Forum. One of the key organizers of this event is a simple event, a simple organization that focuses on promoting the internet. Our focus is on having an accessible internet, a safe internet, and an affordable internet. So together we work with other people, we collaborate with others to be able to achieve this, and today we will have a huge collaboration with Parliament, who are the people who make our rules of this country. After several years, it's good that we are having the Parliament come on board, because these are the people who make our laws. Previously, we have had situations where the lawmakers maybe don't clearly understand the internet and how it works. But now we are getting there, especially with the huge crimes that we are seeing globally and within. It's important that our Parliament is part of this. We are a membership organization, and we welcome each and every one to be a member. As an organization, you can be a member, or as an individual. We also conduct research and several projects which seek to promote the internet. One of them that we are doing, and we'll be launching today, the outcomes of one of our researches on internet access in schools within the Kampala metropolitan area. One of our key findings was that 80% of the schools we sampled had internet. Ironically, most of these were secondary schools, and the reason they had internet was because It is part of the curriculum. So it is not because they really wanted to have internet, it is because the curriculum is forcing them to have the internet. So it's a very interesting research we'll also be sharing with you, our preliminary findings, and through that we are able to push for better internet in schools. So once again, I thank you all for coming. We don't take it for granted. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Joshua. Talking about the internet, like I said earlier, we have so many components on the internet that we can work with together. Just like he said, it's a membership organization. And because our theme today is building Uganda's digital governance together. So let's do this together with you and everyone else. But as we do that, we're going to have so many sessions to listen to different speakers tell us about how on so many varieties of what the internet has, the impact of AI, cybersecurity, all those will be part of our discussions today. I would like to take this time to invite our chief convener, Ms. Lillian Nalwoga, who is also the co-founder of the Uganda Internet Governance Forum. Thank you so much, Lillian. You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Sean. Good morning, members. The Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, you're most welcome. Our Honorable Minister, you're most welcome. Dear Honorable members, you're most welcome. Participants and all protocols observed. It is with pleasure that I take this opportunity to have you all today for the Uganda Internet Governance Forum. For us, as the Internet Society and partners, it's a very unique forum for us. It is an opportunity for us to showcase what the internet can do for us. As you've already seen and heard, the theme is building Uganda's digital governance together, and we believe, just as the internet is, that we all have an equal footing in how the internet should be governed or how the internet should work. Of course, we know Uganda has achieved quite a lot in terms of promoting the use of internet. We have quite a number of users online. We have very good policies, although they may need some bit of better implementation. But today is a very unique day for us. As the Internet Governance Forum, we are celebrating 20 years in existence. And Honorable Minister and Honorable Deputy Speakers, the Internet Governance is not just a Ugandan meeting. It's a meeting that is recognized by the United Nations, and it came into establishment under the World Summit on Information Society. This year, the World Summit on Information Society, that is the WSIS, is celebrating 20 years, and automatically, as the Internet Governance Forum, we also celebrate 20 years. Now, quite a lot of things have been achieved. In Uganda, we have this as a national forum where we bring together stakeholders as yourselves, whether it is the legislators, whether it's policymakers, whether it's the private sector, educational institutions, civil society, and media, to come together and discuss issues that are pertinent to us. We are going to have the forum, this forum feeds into regional, sub-regional, coordinator, and also the global forum. This year, we are having the Uganda Internet Governance today. We shall have the East Africa Internet Governance Forum in Nairobi next month, as long as also the Africa Internet Governance Forum happening in Dar es Salaam. And I'm sure, Honorable Minister, sir, these invitations should have reached your office, and we look forward to seeing a huge Uganda delegation at these continental meetings, and also the global IGF that is scheduled to take place June 22nd to 27th in Oslo, Norway, as we celebrate the key milestones that this global, unique UN Global Forum has been able to achieve. I know we are quite behind schedule, but I would also try to keep shed more light on the Parliamentary Internet Governance Forum. That is also part of this launch, and we really thank the efforts of Honorable Sarah Opendi, who has been at the center of this. Honorable Sarah Opendi is also part of the Honorable Sarah is also part of the Africa Parliamentary Internet Governance, which is called APNIC. We had a chance last year to have a smaller meeting, and we felt this year that this kind of meeting needs to get a national audience, and we are happy that, Honorable, you've been able to bring the Minister and bring the Deputy Speaker to be part of these convenings. So I think with the interest of time, we have a UN representative from Geneva who is going to speak to us online. And I would like to confirm that, Ms. Anya, you're able to unmute and give us a few lines about the Internet Governance Forum.
Thank you very much, Lillian. I hope you can hear me. I am unable to start my video. I believe the host would need to do that. But the audio is what counts. And I understand that you can hear me, so I will start. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to address you from the United Nations Internet Governance Forum Secretariat on the occasion of the National Uganda IGF. And allow me, please, to sincerely thank the Uganda IGF Multi-Stakeholder Organizing Committee, its Secretariat, and of course, all of you, members of broader Ugandan digital community, for all your dedicated efforts in convening this important national dialogue on digital governance. Your team this year, Building Uganda's Digital Governance Together, is both timely and very powerful as it captures the essence of what digital governance must be: inclusive, participatory, collaborative, multi-stakeholder, rooted in human rights. It also reflects a shared national and global aspiration, which is that we all participate in shaping a digital future that leaves no one behind. This vision should serve as a guiding principle to all of us, working to build a safer, more inclusive online environment in support of sustainable development. A key highlight of today's forum is indeed, as Lillian mentioned, the launch of the Uganda Parliamentary Internet Governance Forum segment. This milestone demonstrates the growing recognition of the critical role of the legislators and the role they play in shaping, enabling policies, safeguarding rights, and ensuring that digital technologies are harnessed to advance development. The involvement of parliamentarians and parliaments in these discussions is not just welcome, it is essential, and I thank you for this step in particular. Today's agenda as well addresses issues that are not only pressing for the respective community of Uganda, but that are urgent for the global digital landscape, from the way we can advance education through technology to promoting rights and protections for platform workers. These topics are more than policy issues. They relate to people's lives, livelihoods, and futures. They are emblematic of the broader digital realities we must grapple with, and they call for bold, inclusive, and coordinated action. Action that I'm sure will come out of today's Uganda IGF. Throughout today's dialogue, you will certainly delve into issues fundamental to the future of your digital society. But these priorities, I have to say, echo global concerns, especially as we navigate the complex impacts of emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, big data, and overall algorithmic decision-making. Yet, even as we advance in the innovation, we must remain focused on the unfinished business on digital inclusion. Over 2.6 billion people around the world remain offline. This is not merely a technological gap. It is a reflection of deeper social and economic inequalities. Ensuring meaningful connectivity and access for all of us is not optional. In these days, it is imperative for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and inclusion of all people. This year marks a pivotal moment in the global digital governance journey, as Lillian mentioned. We are approaching the 20-year review of the World Summit on the Information Society, and that means the review of the IGF, everything that this community has worked hard for, and everything that will shape our future work agenda. I invite you all to join through the IGF and other processes in shaping the WSIS Plus 20 and ensuring that the voices of Uganda are heard through it. Finally, I use this opportunity to warmly invite all of you to participate in the 20th annual IGF meeting, this year hosted by the Government of Norway under the overarching theme, Building Digital Governance Together. This global meeting will be a unique moment to share lessons, forge new partnerships, and take bold steps toward a digital future that serves the common goal. We are lucky that you are based in the region that is rich in IGF-like processes. As Lillian mentioned, very soon there is opportunity to continue these good discussions together with your neighbors through the East African IGF, then through the African IGF, and then all of us together will hopefully meet at the IGF in Norway. Until then, let us commit to work across divides, across sectors, across borders, across communities to ensure that the internet remains open, inclusive, affordable, accessible, and resilient for everyone, everywhere. Thank you very much once again for this opportunity, and I wish you a successful meeting.
Thank you so much, Enya Gengo from the United Nations, for your words that are very impactful to each and every one of us. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to recognize our sign interpreter for today, Maureen Nambalira, who is at my extreme right. For our friends who are differently abled, she's doing really a wonderful job. Let's give her a round of applause. At this point in time, I would not like to waste time. So I'm going to invite Ms. Gloria Katuku from NITA, who is going to take up the next session where we are going to launch the Uganda Internet Governance Forum for Parliament. Right there. Welcome, Gloria, with me. Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, my Minister, Honorable Chris Baryomunsi, Minister of ICT and National Guidance, the Chair, Parliamentary ICT Committee and National Guidance, Honorable Tony, I don't know if he's already here, but I will recognize you, and fellow ICT Internet enthusiasts, Honorable Members of Parliament. Building Uganda's digital governance together can never be a better day to hold it than the day we are launching Parliamentarians Internet Governance Forum. On this day, I would like to repeat what my colleague has said and pay special attribute to Honorable Sarah Opendi. Thank you so much for steering this. I know that the government of Uganda has done everything possible to make sure that the highest legislator is feeling the pain or sharing in the struggle of internet governance, especially that the legislators are here. Allow me to invite Honorable Sarah Opendi as we move to this session. You will later invite the Chair Parliamentary ICT Committee or the representative as we start into the next session. Over to you, Honorable Sarah Opendi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gloria. Our guest of honor, the Deputy Speaker, Right Honorable Thomas Tayebwa, the Honorable Minister for Information, Communication, Technology and National Guidance, the Honorable Chris Baryomunsi, the Honorable Members of Parliament, the President, the Internet Society of Uganda, the convener, Ms. Lillian Naluoga, partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I want to take this opportunity first and foremost to thank our guest of honor, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, together with the Minister for ICT, for accepting to be part of this launch this morning. we should have had this launch much earlier last year. However, it was not possible because your programs were all tight. So we had to postpone this event, and considering that we are now running out of time, we are left with 1 year. We need to have this forum launched so that in the event that some members are not in the next parliament can pick it up and move with it. So thank you very much, the Internet Society and all the partners for the support that you have given to us. I want to give you a brief history as to the journey where we started and why we are having this, the Uganda Parliamentary Internet Governance Forum. Sometime back, I think it was 2018, members of parliament gathered in Malawi, and they had a discussion over the internet. However, you will note that these were different members of parliament from different countries. And after the discussion, all of them went back home. But the idea of forming the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance commenced. And thereafter, we again gathered in Ethiopia, where we formally now had the African Parliamentary Internet Governance formally registered, but in Tanzania, because the chairperson is from Tanzania. There must be a host country. So we have been having engagements at the continental level. We have been having engagements globally, and we meet there as African members of parliament. However, you find that these are capacity building sessions. A lot of information is shared regarding internet. Challenges are shared. But then in country, I come back and remain with this information, with this knowledge. It's to myself who has attended this conference. Aware that forums of parliament actually do a lot of advocacy, do oversight, but also push the executive. It was then necessary for us to have in-country forums. And in the last meeting that we had in September 2023 in Tanzania, where we had the Forum on Internet Freedom for Africa, the Honorable Minister for ICT was also present, but also members of the ICT committee. That's where I then proposed that it is time for us to have parliamentary forums on internet governance. And this idea was accepted, and this is how we have moved on, and I am the interim chairperson of this, because when you have an idea, you are best suited to push it and then hand it over later. So ladies and gentlemen, as you are all aware, internet is one innovation that has shaped our social interactions, the education, our work, as well as many services that we use to complement our lives. The internet is now an indispensable aspect of modern life, and the dependency on internet by Ugandans and people globally will actually continue. Despite the presence of internet, you realize that most people, including even us legislators, do not have sufficient knowledge about how internet works due to its complexity and global systems of interconnection. Because of these complexities, the internet must actually be managed locally, nationally, and globally. And the first tools for internet governance are the laws, the policies, and we as legislators, that is our mandate of legislation. So we as legislators cannot effectively undertake our legislative and oversight roles or representation in this sector when ourselves, we do not have adequate knowledge about internet. It is for this reason that we as members of parliament from across Africa I did indicate this. At the APNIG level, where I sit as a board member, agreed to form these parliamentary networks with an aim to join efforts towards strengthening the role of parliamentarians in the digital development in Africa. As you all know, members of parliament have a responsibility of safeguarding the interests of the citizens. We are actually the spokespersons of the citizens, and it's our role to advocate for affordable internet and also ensure that internet is available in all parts of the country. We are all aware that we still have areas in this country where you go to and internet is not available. So it's our responsibility to also ensure that the ICT sector is adequately funded so that the necessary infrastructure can actually be in place. So ladies and gentlemen, aware that internet plays an important role in the lives of the people, the Uganda Parliamentary Forum has aims, and these aims are to champion legislative reforms to enhance internet governance, to advocate for policies and standards that promote a secure and inclusive internet environment in Uganda. We'll also be advocating for the protection of the rights of the citizens within the law. You know, these days, Right Honorable, when you talk about rights, then other rights which are not within the law come in. We'll also be looking at fostering interparliamentary dialogue and cooperation on internet governance issues amongst parliamentary forums globally. So, Right Honorable Speaker and guest of honor, we need greater cooperation between the legislature, the executive, and the civil society, and also the technology companies to ensure respect for freedom of speech and at the same time prevent the spread of disinformation and hateful messages. In some countries today, they have moved a step forward where with this artificial intelligence that has come on board, actually when something is not correct, if it is false, if it is fake, they have gadgets that actually get this information before it goes viral. We are still at an initial stage in our country. The manipulations and artificial intelligence undermines the trust in the internet and is keeping some conservative people and women away from these social media spaces. I'm one person that took time to get onto social media. Although there was a Sarah Pendi on social media, on Facebook and Twitter spaces. Somebody is using my name. Even now on TikTok, there is somebody called Sarah Pendi. And she's from Lira, that side. But she's not Sarah Pendi. That is not her name. So people keep telling me, we've seen you, those who don't know my face, we have seen you, we like your videos on TikTok, but I am not the one. So impersonation is also another challenge, and I don't know how some of these things can actually be resolved. So guests of honor, the challenges posed by technology are vast. I've already talked about disinformation, the hate speech. We are getting closer to the 2026 elections. And these spaces are going to be misused. Already, we can see some disinformation spreading. You'll be shocked tomorrow to see a member of parliament being, on social media, mentioning some things which actually, yet it is actual artificial intelligence. It's not the person speaking. But you can see to the ordinary person in the village, they will actually say, you actually said this. We saw the video. When actually you have not done so. So our laws need to be reviewed to ensure that the gaps therein are actually identified and we make necessary amendments to these legislations so that we do not, disenfranchise anybody. A 2021 study by the Interparliamentary Union of Parliamentarians in Africa reported that 46% of female MPs reported having been the target of sexist attacks online. You can imagine 46%, and this is Africa alone. So, and these are some of the things that discourage now some people from getting onto these spaces. There are people who tell you, I'll never get Facebook, I'll never get Twitter, I'll never even this WhatsApp, just because there is a lot of information, and some of it is actually not correct information. So the misuse of these spaces is an issue. Unfortunately, we have done well as a country to have some legislations in place to deal with this. However, we should also ensure that we do not intimidate people, because freedom of speech is a fundamental right. Freedom of expression is a fundamental right. We are seeing people being arrested, sometimes for their opinions. This is my opinion. This is how I think. But people have been arrested using some of these legislations, but we are happy that the courts are there to actually, bridge the gap between those who feel offended and those who were freely expressing their opinions. So, ladies and gentlemen, I was talking about the African Parliamentary Union, and I'm glad that at the IPU level, issues of internet governance have been taken up seriously. So the potential for abuse of this technology is already visible, particularly now, as I said, that we are getting into the electoral period. The gendered disinformation or other forms of harassment equally has a chilling effect on the freedom of expression, in addition to disenfranchising, especially the women in this digital space. Our laws, we all know, are in place. However, as I did indicate, they may not be comprehensive enough to deal with emerging challenges like the fakes and the artificial intelligence. We already have a private member who hopes to move a private member's bill on the artificial intelligence, the Honorable Byakatonda, who is here with us, and a member of the forum. We need to identify the gaps, as I did state, to deal with these emerging issues without infringing on the fundamental human rights of freedom of expression and speech. In conclusion, guest of honor, I want to sincerely thank you for sparing your time to be here with us today. I also want to thank the Honorable Minister for ICT for keeping his word. I was worried that there will be PDM meeting, but fortunately God was with us, and he's available today. Thank you very much. Guest of honor, I also want to thank you for accepting to be our patron for this forum. And the Honorable Minister, you will be the deputy patron. I have so stated. In a special way, I want to thank the Internet Society and all the partners for all the support. The members of Parliament, I know we are in recess. Most of the members are in the constituencies. The structural elections have commenced. So thank you very much for sparing time to be here. The challenge that we are having is that while women use the internet, it is still the men in charge. We invited an equal number of men and women. The women, some of them have gone to pick their children to school. No, yes, they will be coming in late. At least I have two. The Honorable Kunihira, the Honorable Nevanda, the Honorable Yebare was traveling from Mbarara. She will be coming in shortly. But it is a fact that the internet space is dominated by the men still. And the people in charge are men. The Honorable Minister is a man. When we went to Tanzania, I had to protest guest of honor. I want to confirm that he is a man guest of honor. But it is a fact that in all these global meetings, majorly, it is the men. The women are taking a backstage. However, we are saying that we all need to be engaged, we all need to be involved. And of course, in launching this forum, parliamentarians equally will not be simply observers, but we shall also be key stakeholders in this internet space, in shaping how we do business and how the technology companies and so on work. So with those few remarks, building Uganda's digital governance together is our theme. Let's all be united in this space. Thank you very much for your attention. It is now my pleasure to invite the Honorable Minister. Has the chair come?
There's a deputy.
Okay, he has delegated. He was actually on his way, said he was coming, but delayed. So may I invite the representative of the chair, ICT, the Honorable Rose Obiga, to give her remarks and thereafter invite the minister. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, thank you so much, our guest of honor, none other than the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable Thomas Tayebwa, Minister of ICT and National Guidance, Honorable Dr. Chris Baryomuzi, Honorable Sarah Pendi, Ms. Anja Gecho from the United Nations IGP Secretariat, Mr. Joshua, President of the Internet Security Uganda chapter, fellow members of Parliament, distinguished guests, stakeholders in digital governance, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rose Zobiga, but I'm here stepping in for my colleague, the Chairperson Parliamentary Committee on ICT and National Guidance, Vice Chairperson, Uganda Parliamentary Internet Governance Forum, UPIGF. I stand before you today with immense pride and a deep sense of responsibility. We are gathered here not merely to participate in another event, but to mark a pivotal moment in Uganda's digital development journey, the official launch of the Uganda Parliamentary Internet Governance Forum, UPIGF, and the commencement of Internet Governance Week 2025. Dear guest of honor, under the theme Building Uganda's Digital Governance Together, this week is a reflection of our shared vision, a Uganda where digital technologies are used responsibly, inclusively, and strategically to propel our national development. Dear guest of honor, the establishment of UPIGF, officially registered on 14th August 2024, signifies a new chapter in parliamentary engagement with digital governance. The guest of honor, it is our collective responsibility to the resolutions of the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance. I abbreviate it as PNIG, which rightly challenged us to become architects of the digital future, not spectators. Mr. Guest of Honor, sir, as chairperson of the Parliamentary Committee on ICT and National Guidance and vice chairperson of UPIGF, I believe that Uganda can and must lead by example in Africa. Our engagement must go beyond ceremonial presence to meaningful legislative action and long-term policy vision. Colleagues and friends, we are living in an era of unprecedented technological transformation. Artificial intelligence is revolutionizing industries and redefining the nature of work. Cybersecurity concerns are evolving rapidly with individuals, institutions, and even governments. Dear guest of honor, under threat, data privacy is now as important as physical safety. These realities demand one thing: strong, adaptive, and inclusive governance frameworks. Parliament has a crucial role to play. We must pass laws that protect citizens' digital rights, ensure online safety, foster innovation, and close the digital divide that marginalizes many communities, especially women, youth, persons with disabilities, and rural populations like the one in Terego. As we participate in the diverse sessions of this Internet Governance Week, we must carry with us the goal of producing clear, actionable outcomes. For example, the discussions on cybersecurity and online safety should culminate in proposals to strengthen our existing cybercrime laws and digital forensic capabilities. Dear guest of honor, equally, our conversations on artificial intelligence and emerging technologies should inform our position as a country and responsibility. All in case, we must ensure that Uganda does not become merely a consumer of all-driven technologies, but an action contributor to its development through education, research, and innovation ecosystems. Dear guest of honor, the sessions on platform work and digital labor are particularly important. Millions of Ugandans, especially the youth, now rely on digital platforms for employment. Yet their rights, protections, and work conditions remain unclear or unregulated. Through UPIGF, we must draft and advocate for laws that reflect this new digital economy. Dear ladies and gentlemen, our goal is not to regulate for the sake of control, but to legislate for the sake of fairness, freedom, and progress. Dear guest of honor, digital governance must be guided by principles of inclusivity, equity, transparency, and respect for human rights. Therefore, I urge all my fellow parliamentarians here today to become champions of digital transformation in your constituencies. Engage with your communities and on digital literacy. Raise awareness about online safety. Mobilize resources for ICT infrastructure in schools, health centers, and public offices. Let digital development be felt not only in Kampala, but in Karamoja, Kasese, Chiboga, Terego, and every corner of our nation. Let me take a moment to appreciate the Internet Society of Uganda chapter. Your partnership has been instrumental in making this event possible. Your technical expertise and your unwavering belief in multi-stakeholder collaboration is exactly what this country needs. Let me also recognize our international partners. The presence of the representatives from the UN IGF Secretariat reminds us that Uganda is not isolated. Our policies and actions must align with international standards and best practices. We must actively contribute to global debates on internet governance forum, data sovereignty to ethical and digital trade. To the young people, developers, innovators, and entrepreneurs watching or attending today, your energy, creativity, and resilience are our greatest assets. The laws we pass, the policies we shape, they must work for you and with you. Engage us, challenge us, and partner with us. As Vice Chairperson of UP-IGF, I pledge to work hand in hand with Honorable Saro Pendi, with Parliament, with civil society, with the private sector, and with all our stakeholders to ensure this forum becomes a living, breathing instrument of transformation. Let us institutionalize it. Let us fund it sustainably. Let us mainstream its outcomes into national planning frameworks. Honorable colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, dear lovely guests of honor, let this week not be about ticking boxes. Let it be about charting a path. Let it be about creating a Uganda that is digitally empowered, globally connected, and ethically grounded. Together, let us not just talk governance. Let us live it, build it, and defend it. Thank you very much for listening to me, for God and my country. With due respect and honor, I take the pleasure to invite the Honorable Minister to speak to us, and later on, invite our guest of honor. You're most welcome.
Thank you very much, the chairperson of the Parliamentary Committee on ICT and National Guidance. Permit me to acknowledge the presence of the chief guest, none other than the Right Honorable Titi, the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, and the patron. And Sarah has created another post of Deputy Patron. We are happy to see you, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you for sparing time to be here with us this morning. The honorable members of Parliament present here, and and I want to salute Honorable Sarah Pendi. She has been very keen on these issues of internet governance. Can we give her a big round of applause? We were together in Arusha, Tanzania, and as usual, she was very vocal. Her voice could be heard as a Ugandan legislator. I also acknowledge the leaders of the Internet Society of Uganda and the Governance Forum, and all of you distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am very happy to be here this morning, and permit me to make a few comments before I invite our chief guest. We are discussing the internet, we are discussing technology, and this is a very important subject. Let me preface my remarks with the reference that is divine reference to the Bible, since most of you are Christians, but it will still be relevant to non-Christians as we discuss this issue of the internet. In the Bible, the first book in the Bible is the book of Genesis. The book of Genesis narrates the story of creation. And in chapter 1, verse 28, it is recorded that God completed the process of creation, and he completed with creation of man and woman, or a human being, and he gave 2 commands to a human being. The first command was multiply and fill the earth. In other words, produce. And that one we are doing. We are multiplying and filling the earth. Although as a public health scientists, we advise that we should produce by choice, not by chance. In other words, we should have manageable family sizes. That's the scientific guidance we give and the policy guidance from government. But generally, we produce, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, we produce as if we want to fulfill that commandment of feeding the earth. And because of that, like I will speak later, we have what we call the demographic transition, which has been happening over the world. When you look at the Western world, look at America, Europe, parts of Asia, there is stronger guidance in terms of fertility transition, where now couples even marry, but they don't produce children. Whereas in our situation, people marry and they work to exhaust their biological potential. Find women are producing 8, 9, 10 children. And I will link it with this, what we are discussing today. Now, the other command that God gave us in that verse in Genesis was, after creating a human being, he said, establish dominion over whatever I have created. In other words, be in charge. Establish dominion and subdue whatever I have created. Meaning, the animals, the oceans, the plants, he gave a command to the human being to be in charge of what had been created. Now, when you go into science and you look at the anatomy and the physiology of a human being, there are tools which a human being got from God that enables the human being to subdue the earth and to have dominion over whatever was created. For instance, when you look at the human brain is very different from the brains of other animals. The way it is wired, in terms of anatomy, in terms of physiology, in terms of how it is made. For instance, the brain of an elephant is bigger than that of a human being. But the human being's brain is much more sophisticated than that of an elephant. That's why a human being can take decisions, can run away from danger, can innovate, develop tools, and so forth, because the brain is different. But in terms of size, the human brain, compared to the size of the whole body, is the biggest. The other tools which God gave us were the hands, ability to have hands which coordinate with the eyes and the brain. So the brain with the eyes and the hands can coordinate, and you are able to do many things. And the other feature is bipedalism, ability to stand on two legs and walk on two legs. It has many advantages, which if this was a scientific lecture, I would give you details. So now, those two commands, producing and feeding the world, the earth, and then subduing what had been created, and then having dominion. Now, in terms of producing, there is what we call demographic transition, which is usually an interplay between fertility and mortality. Now, when you look at the world, there is now a very huge difference between the global north and the global south. The global south is still in the earlier phases of the transition, where the population is largely young, whereas the global north, for them, they have population aging. When you go to countries like Japan, when you go to their parliament, the kind of policies they are discussing issues of pension, issues of geriatric medicine, how to care for the elderly, and so forth. Whereas for us, our discussion is anchored on children and young people, because they constitute the majority of the population. And even when it comes to internet, technology, now the outlook up there is different from our situation because of the population structure here, because we have majority of our people being children and young people. So that's what has been happening. Now, on the side of technology, now because God gave us ability to subdue the earth and have dominion, a human being is able to innovate, and technology has been advancing over time. There is what we call the Industrial Revolution. We now speak of being in the fourth Industrial Revolution. But actually, when you look at the global discussion technology, we are now entering into the fifth with artificial intelligence and most of these emerging technologies. So we have had the first Industrial Revolution, the second, the third, the fourth, now going into the fifth. And the challenge we face, especially as Africa, as Uganda, is that these revolutions come and others are moving, and we try to follow and catch up with these revolutions. You will find, if you look at a technology like electricity, this is the technology of the second industrial revolution. But the members of parliament are here. Most of us are still struggling to take electricity to our villages. And yet it's a technology of long time ago. When you look at the computers and even this internet, these are technologies of the third industrial revolution. Internet came into being in 1969. 1969, over there. But now we are still struggling to see how internet and the connectivity can reach our villages. So the challenge we have had as Africa, as the global south, is that we try to catch up with the rest of the world in terms of adopting these technologies and being together with the rest. And there is a huge gap, digital divide between the global north, the global south. Even when you look at the world in the context of South-South collaboration, say Asia and the surrounding countries, then you look at Africa, again there is a big divide where you find countries like in Asia, China, Malaysia, Singapore, they have moved fast in terms of technology, and for us we are trying to catch up. But we are committed as governments in Africa, including Uganda, to addressing these issues of technology so that we catch up with the rest of the world. And with the advances in technology, there are now new technologies that are driving transformation in the world. Look at artificial intelligence. You look at the Internet of Things. You look at robotics. You look at blockchain technologies. You look at nanotechnology. When you go to countries like China today, if you move with money, paper money, you will go and come back without paper money. Because they don't use cash now. You just use a QR code and you pay. There are even areas where you pay with the facial recognition. You put your face and you have paid, and so forth. Because technology. The other day I was there and I was put in a vehicle, a driverless vehicle, take me town. Just they manipulate it, you sit, and it takes you and brings you back. I was scared that this vehicle might break down because I was just a passenger without a driver. So the world has reached that level. And when I sit in office as a minister for ICT, what bothers me now is that how can we run so fast to catch up with the rest of the world so that those technologies can be in Kanungu, can be in West Nile, can be in Karamoja. Because, believe it or not, you cannot run away from technology today. You cannot say technology is for the Western world or the developed countries. For us to be effective and for us to gain efficiency in whatever we do, we must integrate technology today, whether it is healthcare, whether it's education, whether it is transport and logistics, whether it is agriculture. Now technology must be an integral part of what you address in order for us to have accelerated transformation. So I am happy that we are discussing these issues, and I'm happy that we are launching a governance forum, including that of Parliament, to look at these issues of internet. At the ministry level, we have a digital transformation roadmap, which we launched in 2023, that guides us on the kind of interventions that we are spearheading as a ministry, as a government. And as I talk about the roadmap, I welcome our substantive chairperson of the ICT and National Guidance Committee, the Honorable Tony Ayo, who was very well represented by our sister there earlier on. So we have a digital transformation roadmap with key pillars that include, among others, digital infrastructure and connectivity, digital services, cybersecurity, data protection and privacy, digital skilling, as well as innovation and entrepreneurship. And I want to thank the Committee of Parliament, the ICT and National Guidance Committee, because we work together very well to address these issues. And there are many things which we are addressing as a government. For instance, on the issue of infrastructure, Parliament has passed resources, for instance, to extend what we call the national backbone infrastructure, which is the optic fiber that extends internet services. We have now covered around half of the country, but we have resources to cover the rest of the country and even do what we call last mile connections, to connect the district headquarters, educational institutions, health facilities, and other facilities so that there is connectivity from corner to corner, and many other services which we are providing. And I hope in the course of the discussion, we should be able to look at some of these issues. So I am happy that we are launching the Parliamentary Internet Governance Forum. And my expectation is that we need to look at the key responsibilities and roles of Parliament and parliamentarians, namely representation, legislation, budget appropriation, and oversight. And then we see how do we use those constitutional laws to address these issues of internet governance and issues of technology. I want to thank Honorable Dr. Byakatonda. He has drafted a private member's bill on artificial intelligence. And we've discussed with him, we are going to work with him so that his effort aligns with the effort in the ministry. Because we are also writing a policy on artificial intelligence, and I am announcing maybe this week a national task force on artificial intelligence, so that we have a framework, a policy, and a law that governs us. As these technologies emerge, there must be regulation. We must put in place frameworks that help us on how we can adopt some of these tools and technologies. Otherwise, technology is good, but if not well managed and regulated, it can also have the downside of it. So I want to appreciate our colleague for that initiative, and we shall work with him so that we have the necessary legislations and policies in place. So let's use those cardinal functions of parliamentarians, of legislation, representation, budget appropriation, oversight, to see how to address these concerns of internet and other related technology issues. And as a ministry, I just want to assure you that we are there. I don't want to say our doors are open. I cannot say that to parliamentarians. I have no doors. We have no doors for parliamentarians. So we shall work together to see that the forum can grow from strength to strength. I have led the parliamentary forum before. I used to chair the parliamentary forum on population and development and food security. Even at the level of the African continent, I was the president for the African Forum. So I know how forums operate. And we shall work very closely. So I think now this is the mother ministry of the Parliamentary Forum on Internet Governance. So I have no option but to work with you, and let's work together to address all these issues. People have questions, and I know you will discuss them. Why does the government sometimes switch off the internet during elections? For instance, I can read that question in the mind of civil society and civil society. Sometimes that one is done in good faith for strategic reasons, because also internet and technology have been misused in some situations. And the government is there to protect all of us. So I welcome the forum. I want to appreciate our chief guest being here as our patron. We shall work together to see that this forum, because technology to some extent reflects new issues. And we have to do a lot of reading, a lot of research to know what is happening globally, so that as Parliament, we can raise the debate on these issues. Honorable Saropendi was raising the issues of gender, and you are right. Sometimes gender issues are very key. We must bring them out. Our youthful population, how are they using data and internet services? We have to guide them to use the internet for the positive and development side, but not to misuse internet. We have legislations which we have put in place, the Computer Misuse Act. And indeed, there are young people especially who, when he gets or she gets some money to buy data, just uses the data to insult and abuse, especially politicians. And we have cautioned our young population that let us use internet, let's use technology to transform ourselves. Don't spend the whole day just abusing a member of parliament simply because you're on WhatsApp or Facebook and so forth. And as a ministry, we are going to bring in tools that help us to regulate social media. I made that comment earlier on sometime, and somebody will say, oh, you want to gag us? No, the government of Uganda believes and strongly supports freedom of expression. Freedom of expression. But again, Uganda is not a lawless country. We don't live in anarchy. There are Ugandans who abuse social media communication. And I think it is proper that we don't gag Ugandans, but we regulate for harmony in society. Why should somebody sit, I am here addressing you, and he declares me dead? He said, the Minister of ICT and National Guidance, he's dead, when I am talking without any sickness here. There are Ugandans who take pride in that kind of communication. But there are technologies now which can filter some of those kind of communications so that we don't allow them to get into the public without suppressing the freedom of online communication and the other forms of communication. So thank you very much once again for finding time to be here. We are happy with the Parliament that we are launching this forum, and it will supplement the efforts of the ICT and National Guidance Committee. As a ministry responsible for digital transformation, we shall be fully in support of all these initiatives, and let's work together to ensure that Ugandans get there in terms of these efforts of digital transformation, issues of connectivity being everywhere, and the proper use of internet. With those few remarks, can I request everybody to mobilize excitement within yourself as we receive our chief guest, none other than the Right Honorable Thomas Taebga, the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, and the first ever patron of the Uganda Parliamentary Internet Governance Forum. Thank you very much, my brother.
I think I'm the first ever patron who has a substantive deputy. The Minister of ICT and National Guidance, the Honorable Chris Badiomunsi, the Chairperson, Committee on ICT, Honorable Tony Ayo, the Chairperson of the Uganda Parliamentary Internet Governance Forum, the Honorable Saro Pendi, and Honorable colleagues, members of Parliament who are here, our partners, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad to be here. And I told Honorable Sarah that I've been in a break, just a quiet break, having some rest and reflection and studying, because I'm a student at school. So she managed to pull me out of my place of comfort to be here to perform this duty. Because we are in a plenary recess. But this is a very, very critical idea that I do support strongly. For many reasons. One, I've ever made some very good money out of this internet-based business. Now, I no longer make that money, so yes, I left that sector. But also, it's part of our day-to-day life. We are digitally controlled. And when I was invited, I remembered words of Professor Albert Einstein, when he said that he fears a day when technology interaction will surpass human interaction, that we shall have a generation of fools. And when I see forums like this, I think it's a clarion call to address that concern. that was made long time ago. I have gone in places for lunch, for dinner. You find a family. The mother is on a phone, the father is on a phone, the children have iPads. It's a family of 6, no one is interacting with the other. Each one of them is very busy. You know, we no longer have that family. And you know, to be honest, I just want to be honest, we can't avoid it. Because if you have a stubborn child, if you give them an iPad, you're sorted. But are you parenting? That's the question. And that brings us to the major question during COVID, when we would be seeing Honorable Yomonsi as a fixture, you know, on the televisions every day. I was shocked when parents complained vehemently, some members of parliament and everywhere, that we have closed down schools, that they are no longer managing children. That's when pregnancy rates among teenagers went up, drug abuse among. So you found that schools are play a bigger role in parenting than we actual parents. And why? That brings us to the issue of technology. Technology is now playing a much more critical role in parenting than us actual parents, because we are busy on our gadgets, including yours truly here, I can tell you. You cannot avoid just checking on your gadget with the little time you have with your children. So, such a forums, Honorable Sarah, I really want to thank you and congratulate you and honorable colleagues for coming up with such a forum. I hope these are the issues we shall look at, so that we govern the internet, it doesn't govern us. We control the internet, it does not control us. We shape it, it does not shape us. In this world where you're having all this social media, where you're having advanced technologies, quantum technologies, blockchain and all that, they can be an advantage, but they can also be a disadvantage. The other day when I was at Mbarara University with National Council for Higher Education, opening the exhibition, I gave 2 examples on the internet, how the internet can be very dangerous and how we must come in. So I gave them an example of the Jeswat. It's like a botanical name, those Indian names. Jeswat Singh, a 19-year-old Indian Sikh student in the UK, who got engaged with online with an avatar, a chatbot with an avatar. And you know, this depression that we have, I know many people who find, for example, TikTok as a therapy, internet as a therapy. But this depression that makes us isolate, if you have teenagers in your homes, one of the challenges we are facing as parents, the teenagers want to be locked in their bedrooms. They want to be locked. I don't know whether it's a common trend, but I've talked to many parents, and I see it at home. The teenagers, they cannot eat lunch with you, they cannot eat with you, they cannot have dinner with you, they cannot interact with you. The little time they have, they are locked up in their rooms. And as parents, we think maybe they are reading. Sometimes we say, good riddance, I have peace. My child is quiet. My child is not violent. My child, but they are sucking up a lot that the world is offering. So this young boy of 19 years was locked up in his room. I think he had some level of depression and all that. You know, not having people talk to. And out of the internet, he landed on a chatbot. I think, I can't remember the name, but that avatar became a girlfriend, an online girlfriend. And the way AI, of course, where it has reached, you know, it easily connects to you even more than a real human being. A real human being. And they became like an online girlfriend. They became so close, could respond to him anytime. Anytime he wakes up, he says, all right there, they get the responses, until he reached an extent of asking those critical questions. But you see, if, for example, would you love me unconditionally? And the chatbot is like an avatar. It's like, of course I do. Even when I kill a person. He says, yes. How? Me, I would love you. He says, but would you still love me if I killed the Queen of UK? He says, of course, you know I love you unconditionally. You would be. So should I do it? Yes, do it. I will even love you more and all that. The boy wakes up, puts on his clothes, and he climbs over the fence of Buckingham Palace. When he's arrested, he says, leave me alone, I've come to kill the Queen. So they check his mental status, take his gadgets, and they found the boy had chatted with the chatbot 5,000 messages. Interaction online. A girlfriend who had said, I will love you more if you kill the Queen. Now, in 2023, he was sentenced to 9 years in prison. He's serving his sentence in prison. Now, that's internet, and that's what our children are doing with internet, uncontrolled and regulated, okay? The other example is the Ave Holman, the Norwegian gentleman. I think he has sued ChatGPT. And he asked ChatGPT about himself. And ChatGPT gave him his exact address, his exact contacts, the names of the children and all that. And he said, you are a known murderer. Ave Holman is a known murderer who killed 2 of his children. And he was caught attempting to kill a 3rd one and all that. And the exact names of his children. Now, imagine such if you are applying for a job somewhere, because part of the due diligence these days is very easy. I go online and I look for Tayewa. And it says he's a murderer. He murdered his 2 children. He was sentenced 21 years in prison and all that. So what does all this mean? It means we must have collaboration in terms of regulating the internet deeply. We might celebrate the internet, but regulating it is very, very critical. And that's why I'm excited with my sister Sarah and honorable colleagues and our partners who are supporting us in this. Regulation of the internet, not the regulation of, you know, when we talk of regulation, they talk of the politics and people who use it wrongly on politics. And no, I'm meaning responsible use of the internet so that the internet can be productive for our communities. The internet doesn't become a source of suicide, people committing suicide, abuse, online abuse. It doesn't become a source of fraud, people losing their money, but rather people making money, okay? That's the kind of internet I'm talking about. And of course, for a small economy like Uganda, you cannot come up and you say you will do it in isolation. No, no. We are too small for these big companies to feed us. We are too small, and that's why I pity my brother Badio Munse when I say like you closed Facebook. It doesn't at all affect the accounts of Facebook. It doesn't, okay? That's why we need a conversation on seeing how best can we have these social media well regulated instead of saying, now Twitter is promoting pornography. Someone was showing me there is pornography on Twitter, which is more dangerous for our children than the comments which they usually have, you know? So we must come up together, and we have concerted efforts, and I'm excited about the regional efforts that I've seen at continental level. We can only confront these big companies from a continental perspective, Honorable Chris. These continental efforts, we must screen them up from the continental. They are scared of numbers. I remember, I think is it Twitter in Nigeria? You know, they got scared of numbers. But for us, we are too small. So how can we use, for example, East African communities so that we have harmonized regulations of making this internet working for us? I use some of the internet services, but I pay in Ireland. We are not making any money from these guys. You know, any internet service you're paying for, as long as you're paying this company, you're not paying any tax in Uganda. It's going to Ireland. It's a tax haven. Pay Google, you pay G Suite, Google, for a safe email, you pay in Ireland. You pay what? In Ireland. Netflix, Ireland. You check the invoices. Sometimes you see we pay and we don't know where we are paying. The money is going to Europe. So how much tax are we making here from these companies? And how much money are they making from us? And you should remember, I think the cost of internet in Africa, I don't want to look at this from a perspective of only Uganda, but Africa. If you look at, I think Africa, GNI per capita on internet use is at around 14.8% compared to the global percentage of 3.8%. So this is money which out of your monthly income you spend on internet in Africa compared to the rest of the world. And according to the UN says if it's above 2%, then that's way, way, way high. But where is this money going? And what are we using it for? Honorable Sarah was saying, women, we have not made them leaders, and I'm lucky you're going to break that ceiling. Thank you for attempting on that. But 50% of data usage, according to reports I was seeing, in Uganda goes on TikTok. What's on TikTok? Rugambo. Hozambe, people dancing Hozambe. Now you have Honorable Kasaija with the dance. I didn't know he had such a grooves. I didn't know Honorable Kasaija was. Yeah. He tells you, colleagues, money is coming, but money is going via TikTok. So how can we use internet productively? Okay? What's on TikTok? Videos of, people laughing, people doing what? Someone is making money on you. Huge amounts of 50% of data usage in this country. In fact, I think it has gone beyond 50% already. Over 50% of data usage in this country goes on TikTok. Or data, the data you buy in your offices, that data you buy for your children. People on TikTok, they are not doing your work. Okay? So where we put our internet is very, very, very critical. But Honorable Minister and Honorable colleagues, I think with this forum, we should indeed, like you said, you have the regional blocks. We should focus on ensuring that we have more penetration of internet and affordability. When you look at the global penetration of internet, Africa, we are at 38% compared to the global 68%. That's huge. We are in a world of a digital world. So we have to see how best we devise that. And what is so painful, in Africa, you find the urban-rural divide should worry us more. Because in Africa, according to the UN, 57% of internet penetration is in the urban areas compared to 23% in the villages. So, Honorable Badiomunsi, how will people in Kanu, and I'm sure this last mile, that's why we supported you on this last mile connection project, hoping we can help the rural areas access internet and also but have it in a very, very affordable way. But for Uganda specifically, internet usage is at 28%. 28%. So meaning Nita, you and team and, we need to really do more so that internet penetration can go much deeper. Now, cyber crimes. I'm really scared about issues of cyber crime. We need to ask ourselves questions of why are some countries doing much better than others when we are all in Africa? In terms of cyber security, Uganda, we are at 69.9%. Ghana is at 99% in terms of cyber security. So we should be asking our colleagues in the Parliament of Ghana, how has Ghana done it? What have they put in place? Is it the issue of laws? Is it, because also well thought out laws are needed. And that's why, Honorable Minister, I was very happy when I heard you saying you're going to work with a member who is pushing for a private member's bill. I was in cabinet, I know the challenges of a minister pushing a government bill. You have to develop policies, you develop principles, but for us, private members, we just go straight away. So you need to work together and we ensure that we close these gaps. But I was seeing reports that cybercrime in Uganda has been increasing at nearly 50%, especially targeting commercial entities. So we need to see how we can handle issues of cybercrime, cyber harassment, and we make our country much, much better. But what worries me more are the statistics because the global digital economy, which is estimated at 27 trillion, and Africa, we have only 180 billion. According to the UN, the global digital economy, 27 trillion. Africa, we are playing in 180 billion. Okay? No wonder we are negligible. That's around 0.68% of the global digital economy. And what is also funny, it's around 5.2% of our GDP as Africa. So if we are looking at the projections which are putting Africa to reach to around $728 billion, representing 8.5% of Africa's GDP, we have to do more. We have a young population, but the issue is, what are they using internet for? What are they using internet for? Why can't we sit and we put our foot on the ground as African countries and we say, no, we need a fair share of the taxes made out of Africa in terms of the digital economy? Why? The European Union has now become very, very strong. I've been working with the EU, and these are some of the things we are discussing from a perspective of Africa, Caribbean, Pacific Parliamentary Assembly, together with the EU in our joint parliamentary assembly. We are looking at, the EU is saying all companies are going to Ireland because Ireland, which is part of EU, is charging much lower taxation rates. But for us, we are charging nearly zero. We are the biggest users. We are big in usage. But we are not. When you go to countries like Burundi, 2 GB of broadband, I think is in around 320. No. I was seeing some of the statistics where in Burundi, internet which costs $60 in Europe is $320 in Burundi. So, what are we doing about all this? I think these are the issues which I hope, and that's why I wanted to approach this from an African perspective, so that we know on issues of internet and digital control, we can't just do it as a country. We must do it together with our colleagues in the region, and I hope that's the only way we shall be able to succeed. Finally, like Honorable Sarah said, we are in a very critical election period. Do we get a digital outcome or a democratic outcome in the elections? Do we get digital results or democratic results? Because I get worried with the advent of AI and if for those who are in Makerere, no days of chemical, now you call it soldering, days of chemical. Someone does a video, by the time you wake up, 2 days to the election, you announcing how you've pulled out, how you've what. By the time you wake up, all your agents have picked agent forms of other candidates because you pulled out. And you even endorsed another person. So by the time you go to the terrain, if the video is released at 6 a.m., my brother, you're finished. But also, what do we feed our people? If you studied deeply the recent youth protests in Kenya, what was fueling it? I'm sure these are situations which Honorable Yomonsi grapples with every day. Sometimes we roast him here, but we don't know what he goes through. He has a country to run. He has a country to manage. If you see the case, if they could penetrate the US through Cambridge and Analytica and do what they did, how many have watched that documentary of Cambridge Analytica here? I'm saying 1, 2. It's cheating. Had cheating. I watched the documentary, I went back home, I started swallowing Panadol. Someone just looking at your data, harvesting your data. For example, now with TikTok, I harvest your data. How many times have you used it? I look at what you are searching, and I develop 5,000 character traits of you. Then I go to AI, I generate adverts specifically targeting your major interests. If it's on security, I release adverts showing the other candidate is very weak on security and all that. If you vote him, this country will go into chaos. If you're people who love clubbing, I develop something showing he will crack down on youth, on entertainment centers, on all lies. And I'm releasing, feeding people. And the problem with the internet, the more I release to you, the more you ask for more. You can't get satisfied. It's like searching for more. It's an endless world. You hunt for more. You become hungry for more. And someone managed to influence an election of a country like USA. What about Uganda? If someone targeted us with our youth who are on TikTok, with our youth who are on WhatsApp groups, just splashing quickly, all kinds of information. So I hope, Honorable Sarah and team, these are the few issues you'll be looking at. I'm sorry I've asked more questions, so that you can go and as a forum, you look much deeper. But you can only achieve this if you work closely with government. And the government can only also achieve this if it works with other governments. The digital world is in no man's land. It's in no man's land. You can't survey it alone. You can't control it alone. You must work with other countries so that you have a much stronger voice of control. That's the only way we shall help our people, our country, and everyone to benefit from this digital economy. I want to thank you, and I want to pledge my support to this forum, and as your patron, who has been given a giant deputy, we shall work together. We shall work together and to ensure that indeed we give you all the necessary support to build a digitally secure country. I want to thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I would like to request that we will continue standing as Honorable Minister, Honorable Sarah Pendi, escort the Deputy Speaker to launch officially our forum, parliamentarian forum. Please, Honorable Minister, and could you lead, please? We are going to launch by signing on our placard over there. And then we'll have a group photo, and then we'll go for just a little commercial break with tea. Please, Honorable Minister, Honorable Chair, welcome. And members of Parliament, please, you can escort the Minister. I hope this is taken care of. We have the convene of the meeting, please, because you're going to be partnering with the parliamentarians as they launch this Uganda Digital Governance initiative, supporting the parliamentarians as they launch. So, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker has signed. The Honorable Minister of ICT and National Guidance has signed. And Honorable Sarah Pendi is signing. And our ICT Parliamentary Chair, Honorable Oyo, is also signing. Let's give, they told us in the morning how to clap. How are we clapping? Oh, that is a very mild clap.
You're so evil.
I would like to invite the honorable members of Parliament to come ahead, and followed by the Deputy Speaker. We are going to do a group picture, and the convene of the meeting, please, and the Internet Society, please join in. Honorable Minister. Thank you very much. Would like to request that we go for tea outside, and then we are going to come back for the main session. And tea is only going to take 15 minutes. Please, members, we can just go for tea and then we come back. Our MC, please, I'm handing over back to you. Members, let's go out for tea while we are going to have a working tea.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break, which is only 5 minutes. It's a walking, you'll go out, pick your cup of tea and something that you'd like to eat, and then you get back into the room. And also we're going to have a breakout session for the parliamentarians. It's only an invite-only session, which is going to be just below us. But also I'd request each and every one of you to return here so that we can go for the main session, which is only in 5 minutes. So please pick a cup of tea and something else, get back to your seats, and let's do it together. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to kick off our next engagement. So I'd like to ask each and every one of you that is out, picking your breakfast, which is closer to brunch now, to carry it in and come back with it so we can start the next session in a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please pick your cup of tea and some edibles and make it back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have only 2 minutes, so you guys can take your seats right now so that we get into the next session. 2 minutes. 2 minutes, and then we get into the next session, which is definitely the main session of the day, where we'll be discussing about exactly the theme of building Uganda's digital governance together. I'm also going to request each of you that is seated at the back, please let's utilize the seats in front. Now that we have another breakaway session of Parliament MPs in the other side of the room. So I request each and every one of you who is at the back, please let's move a little bit in front. Just take up an empty seat in front of you. Please let's move now so that we can start off the next session in a minute. The ladies and gentlemen at the back, please let's move in front. Let's fill up the front seats. Let's take up even the high table. Let's move in front so we can start this session right now. I request each and every one of you at the back, please let's move in front. Let's come in front. Let's take over the seats in front of us so we can start the main session of building Uganda's digital governance together. Can we do it together? And ladies and gentlemen at the back, I request that we move in front, please. For all those that are at the back tables, please come and take over the front seats. All the gentlemen and ladies at the back, please let's move in front. Carry your cup of tea so you can move in front and your belongings. Let's fill up the front seats, please. Ladies and gentlemen, those that are out, please come in right now so we can start on to the next session. And I'm also going to request the gentlemen at the back. I can only see gentlemen right now. Please let's move in front, come and utilize the seats and the tables right in front of you, of us here right now. So I request the two gentlemen at the back on the second table from the doorway. And then the gentleman that I was seated with at the back, okay, you can also move with your laptop right here. The ladies at the extreme side of my left, please let's utilize the front seats here so we can start the next session. And I also request those that are outside to please walk back with your cup of tea and your snack back to the table so we can start the next session in a minute. I request each and every one of you to report back right now so we can start it right now. We would want everyone to participate because it's going to be a participatory session, which is the main session again. And in its participation, because we're doing this together, we would love to have each and every one of you back in the room. So if you're seated outside or trying to have your tea and snack from outside, I request that you return and get back to where we are. So in 1 minute, we start the next session. And 1 minute means 1 minute from now. The guys at the back, please, let's move and use these front seats. I'm requesting you to do it. Let's not make this complicated. Let's just utilize all these seats at the front so we can have a compact conversation together. The two gentlemen deep in a conversation at the back, I request that we come in front. The ladies at the extreme table on the right after the entrance, please let's utilize the front seats here. Thank you so much. Thank you for everyone that is heeding to the call to come in front. We appreciate that. And if you're still outside, we are kicking off our next session right now. So good afternoon, everybody. I know we're still eating, so the mumbles will not come out very clearly. But good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to our session today, which is going to be the main session. We're going to be discussing how we can all build, create, and make Uganda's digital governance a strong pillar. And to do this, we have to do it together, as a group, as a team, as stakeholders, and as partners in this. And tonight, of course, this afternoon, we're going to be having serious friends of mine who are going to be joining me here to discuss with us and talk with us and deliberate with us and give us clues and ideas on what governance looks like for the internet. And, you know, we are in an era right now that is defined by rapid growth and advancements of technology. Of course, the digital governance here will really be a key issue to help us know, ascertain, protect, create a culture, and also make sure that we are deliberate in making sure that the internet is actually a safe place for everyone to use it. And of course, in Uganda here, we definitely are looking at governance being the bridge to killing away bureaucracies, corruption, and several other challenges that we feel will be very beneficial in terms of how we use and access the internet. Now, this morning I have 4 clear gentlemen and ladies that are going to be speaking with us, going to share with us on how we can build a digital governance a system together in Uganda, and of course make sure that the internet is safe with us. Now, I have 4 guests that are going to come up here at the front to speak with us, and I know most of you may have interacted with them on personal level, but tonight we're going to hear them speak out more in a public place. And to start off, my first guest that I would like to invite to come up to the front with me is Mr. Julius Peter Torach, who is the Commissioner for IT and the Director in the DPP, coming to talk with us. Please, let's give him a round of applause as he comes in front. Mr. Torach, you're welcome. I'm glad to have you. Yes. And my next guest is Ms. Julian Reju, who is the Acting Director of E-Government at NITA U. Ms. Julian, you're welcome. Give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. All right, and from Makerere University, I have Dr. Joyce Nakatumba Nabende, who is the head of Artificial Intelligence Lab at Makerere University. Give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And last but not least, I have Mr. Ben Chemba, who is from Research and Education Network of Uganda, RENU, and he's also going to come with us. Chemba, are you here? Oh, give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Chemba, it's nice to see you again from the last time we had such conversations that we worked with. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have to discuss with you a couple of questions to directly go into conversations with the 4 eminent gentlemen and ladies who are here with us. And to kick off this conversation, I'm going to start with the Commissioner, Mr. Torach, because he is coming from the government side. He represents the government side at this moment and at this juncture. So I'm just going to ask him a few questions that will lead into the conversation. So, Mr. Torach, I just want to ask you, how is the government planning, especially from the DPP side, especially from the ICT side, but how is the government planning for the future of a digital governance in Uganda?
Government for about 30 years. The time I joined, we still had the other phone where you just dial like this, and then we were still using manual typewriters. So where we are now, I think we are in a very good position to adopt digital services. Now, what government is doing in terms of digital transformation, especially in terms of services, what is key is executive support to start with. Our president has been so emphatic in supporting development of infrastructure. Actually, we have had several phases of infrastructure being rolled out around the country. And right now, there is another project, as the minister mentioned. We're having infrastructure being rolled out to connect schools, etc. So what is paramount, and I'm also glad to see that the Deputy Speaker himself has pledged to champion this, together with the members of Parliament. I think it is a big plus for all of us that we have a voice at that kind of level. Something that is also key for us is the issues of supportive policies laws and regulations. We have quite a number of them, and we have made recommendation on reviewing those policies, laws, and regulations. We were part of a team that developed the national strategy on the fourth industrial revolution under the chairmanship of Honorable John Nasasira, and the team was inaugurated by the president. So we looked at all those different policies and laws, and then we identified some AI laws that can, and policies that can support the fourth industrial revolution, things like AI, blockchain, and the like. And even the laws, you remember the minister talked about laws like Computer Misuse Act. It is actually due for review as well. And those are some of the laws that have already been identified. One thing that I was also gratified to learn today was the private members bill on AI. There are not many countries that have developed AI-specific laws and regulations. So Uganda would stand out. I know some countries have strategies, others have policies, but in Africa, I don't know about any other country that has an AI law after the one for the EU. So this is a big plus for us. It helps us to identify, the speaker talked about things like deepfakes, fake news, misinformation, and the like. We can still look at the existing laws, whether they can still support or whether actually we need AI-specific law to address this. The other thing, which is, I told you I've been around for 30 years. You may have to stop me if I'm taking too long. Some of the things that have already been identified are effective institutional framework and coordination. The good thing is we have institutions like the Uganda Communications Commission. We have an institution that is responsible for data protection and privacy. It has already been talked about that. We have regulators like the National IT Authority. So these are some of the institutions really that can help us to champion development of digital infrastructure and services. The other thing that we need to look at are things like energy. We need green energy solutions because these data centers take a lot of energy. Like when you are for blockchain, I don't think we can be able to process it here because of the high cost of energy. So those are some of the supportive things. Then the other one is public-private partnership. Government cannot do it alone. Government must work with the private sector. Government must work with the civil society. Government must work with the academia and other stakeholders. Still, also importantly, is the issue of innovative services. What drives the use of internet is when you have effective services being rolled out, whether it is a government service, whether it is from academia, because most of the services that are actually driving internet use seems to be from foreign. We talked a lot about TikTok, we talked a lot about X and the like. They seems to be the main drivers of traffic in our country. So what is it that we have local that can drive traffic? So that is it will also help in cutting down the cost of internet, because the more people are enrolled and are able to use the internet, there will be every reason to reduce the internet. But I'm also glad to see that government over the years has been able to cut down the cost of internet, and the private sector is also following suit. The other thing that is important for the citizens, also the issue of awareness. The deputy speaker talked about some of the challenges we are having. They actually stem from parenting. So are parents aware enough to be able to share this with their families, both the dangers and the benefits of using the internet and e-services? So issues of awareness, I know civil society organizations have been doing a lot. Government has also been doing a lot through the different institutions, but I don't think it is really enough. I know recently through the new project from the World Bank, Julian will talk more about it, of creating national awareness on e-services, data protection and privacy, cyber security. So all these are really very, very important things that we must look at. Then the other one is about skills development. Do we have the critical mass of experts in this country in the different areas of AI, cyber security? Do we have critical mass of researchers in the emerging technologies? These are really gaps that we have still in our country. So we need to do more in that area. And of course, in the emerging technologies, whenever people graduate, the other developed countries seem to take them away because they're also having shortages. Then the other thing, of course, is issues of funding, which is really very key. Thank you for that.
Mr. Torach, I realize that you have actually listed for me a couple of things. My interest was to know, and I believe it's the interest of everyone, what government is actually really planning. But before you get to that, I would like to bring in Julian, since you both from the government side of things. And with Julian, I just wanted to ask you, you serve at NITA, and there was a time people were saying we're going to have almost free internet. He's talked about how internet services are a bit cheaper. But at NITA, what are the strategies that you and your team are putting together in terms of what are these measures that you're making sure that everybody has equal access to internet, regardless of their location, regardless of where they are? What are you doing?
Thank you. Once again, good afternoon, everybody here. Government has done quite a number of measures, or put in place a number of measures to ensure that there's digital inclusion, not only in the rural, but also in the urban, and everybody, low levels of groups and so on and so forth. And one of the things that we have done extensively, the Honorable Minister of ICT had mentioned a bit of it, is expanding the digital infrastructure, which is very key. You cannot talk about digital services without the infrastructure in place. Yes. And he mentioned, which I want to just emphasize more, the national backbone. We have extended the national backbone infrastructure to all the parts of the country. We are not yet there, but we have almost about 45% rolled out to the country. In other words, connecting all sites. Sites, we're talking about schools, hospitals, and these are public sites. And markets as well, on that aspect. I want to add on that as we're rolling out that national backbone infrastructure, we're also rolling out what we're calling Wi-Fi. Most people know it as UG, my UG, where we are putting hotspots to the different public areas, so that the public, any citizen of this country, can access any government service, or e-service as we call it. And that is one aspect. The other aspect, obviously, is the devices. The affordable internet. We cannot put everything there, or the infrastructure in place, unless somebody has a phone to use it. Okay. So what are we doing around the phones, the smartphones? I know we still also support the future phones. You find we provide services for USSD. So still some people at a certain level who cannot afford the smartphones are able to access these services. So under the affordability of internet and devices, if I can talk about the devices, government has tried to have some tax exemptions on smartphones. And we're looking, unfortunately, our members of parliament have left, but we wanted to emphasize that they need to do much more in terms of allowing for tax exemptions for smartphones, so that our ordinary people can afford these e-services. The other bit that I talked about is affordability of the internet itself. We are told that in the region, Uganda is one of the highest in terms of the cost of internet. As NITA, we have reduced that cost. We started way back, it started at about 200 US dollars per Mbps. Now we have taken it down to about 35 Mbps. Now this is for government, but that in a way trickles down to the other sectors, schools, hospitals. Once we reduce the internet for government, it means that even the others will eventually trickle down. But of course, under UCC, we are working with the telcos. And we're trying to ensure that that cost goes down. It has a lot to consider, but we're doing a bit of that in that perspective. I just want to quickly mention digital literacy. Yeah. We are giving them the phones, we're giving them the internet. We're also providing that infrastructure in place. But can I use your e-services, that digital service that you're talking about? So as government, we're also rolling out a number of digital literacy programs to support our ordinary people being able to, use these e-services through partners, through a number of initiatives. UCC has what they are calling the Adopt Village initiative, where they're training the rural communities in that perspective. You cannot talk about digital inclusion without talking about financial inclusion. Yeah. So around financial inclusion, we are aware right now over 60% of our population uses mobile money. The telcos are doing a very good job under that. But also as government, we are running a lot of payment services. In that perspective, the EMIOGA, the PDMs are all running digital payment services in the same. So there's quite a bit that we've done. I just want to talk about the future plans as well around that. What is government doing
and that's what in
that perspective? Yeah. So the last mile, the infrastructure, we still have to roll out. We still have to connect to the last person. The beauty with government is that we're not looking at, in terms of where we're rolling out, it's a public good. And like the private sector, for them, they will go to places where they're going to make money. And hence, they will concentrate on the urban areas. But with government, we are moving to every center government place or sites and providing connectivity, that last mile that we're talking about, so that it reaches everybody. And like I've mentioned, the Wi-Fis are also going to increase. We're going to increase the number of Wi-Fis across the country. Currently, they're about 300, but we're going to over 2,000 in markets, in schools, in universities, so that people can access these digital services that we are talking about.
Thank you, Julian. And I know I've taken time with the government people. I wanted to bring in the researcher, but before I bring him in, I would just like to remind the audience that we have our friend and colleague, Maureen Nambalirwa, who is supporting us for differently abled friends. So if you have anybody that is differently abled and they feel they want to be part of this conversation, please direct them to look at her so they can get the message very critically and accurately, in the same way you are receiving it. And talking about the Wi-Fi's, internet and everything, now I'd just like to bring it a bit from the perspective of a researcher. And I'm going to you, Mr. Chamber. I just want to ask you, do you think, or are there affordable internet options available for low-income communities? Unlike what Julian has told us, or is it something you feel she may have said but not said? So,
thank you very much. Thank you very much. Where we stand at the moment in Uganda, I think generally our internet cost is high, but what is being done in the industry is what I would like to discuss. That there are options that are being done in the industry to make sure that what we have at least is currently affordable to the low-income persons. And to start with, I think we have some government interventions, like my friends from government have mentioned. There are different strategies they are working on to make sure that at least what we have is affordable, even at the level of people who have low incomes. So those I want to re-echo because they've been extensively discussed. But what about non-government entities, the private mobile network operators? What are they doing? So I think we've seen in the trend that different network operators are coming out with promotions to lower, to have bundles which are affordable and can last longer for the different users. You have different packages whereby you can buy or purchase a bundle as low as 500 shillings, be able to get online, maybe to do a registration and do whatever you need. So specifically for us at the Research and Education Network for Uganda, we've been involved in multiple initiatives, and our focus is mainly for the research and education community within Uganda. This is one of the communities which are actually underserved in Uganda. These are the schools that are down to the sub-county level, the parish level, that do not have access to the strong budgets like the schools in urban centers have. So we've designed multiple services. For example, we are also rolling out what we call a free and secure public Wi-Fi, but strategically for research and education community. This is called the EduRoam, which stands for Education Roaming.
Say that again, say it very clearly so somebody can hear.
It's called EduRoam, which stands for Education Roaming. Education roaming means if I am studying in Kampala, let's say at King's College Budo or Gayaza, but my home village is in Kanungu, I am able to access reliable connectivity the same way I would have accessed it in Kampala when I go to my home village in Kanungu or somewhere in Jinja or Kamuli. So that's one of the initiatives that we embarked on. And also we realized that, secondly, most of the challenges we have is stable power. That yes, it's okay. Maybe you've managed to get a budget, you set up a connectivity at your school, but you don't have power. Yeah. So at Research and Education Network for Uganda, we've designed what we call a solar-powered router. So we have abundant sunlight in Uganda. Why don't we actually maximize that? So what this solar-powered router does is that it's powered by the sun, but it's able to last a couple of weeks without new charge. So it has its inbuilt batteries that will hold the charge for you. But in that case, it's able to spread the connectivity in the nearby area up to a range of about 350 meters. So these are routers we are deploying around the schools and universities in Uganda to make sure that the challenge of power is addressed. You still have connectivity even when there is no power. And the other thing we are addressing is what we call zero-rated mobile access. Zero-rated mobile access.
Okay.
That students sometimes do not have that money, the 500 I talked about, to be able to jump on online portal, which is from school, and access their materials to read. So we are partnering with mobile network operators to make sure that at least the institutions which have students on the RENU network, they are able to access, let's say, their e-learning materials when on their mobile phones without the need for data. That's what zero-rated service is going to do for the students. And the other option is we are also trying to partner with a private player called Help, who deals in holistic e-learning projects. So this is where different schools are able to conference. I remember those days when we were in school, would go for workshops, a math seminar, but that is for strong university, or strong schools which have the budget. What about that school down in Kamuli, in a small village? How are they going to benefit from the students in Gayaza? So we are bridging that gap. Okay. We have set up connectivity in that school in Kamuli, and there's connectivity in Gayaza. They are going to share that seminar when they are on the same network. So these are some of the initiatives that we are engaged in to make sure that we bridge that gap, but also these are available entirely freely to the members of the Research and Education Network for Uganda.
Thank you so much, Shemba. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to, if you feel you have a burning question that you want to ask the ladies and gentlemen in front of us, I would ask you to write it down, or better still, we'll pass the microphone later so you can ask your question directly. So prepare your questions for them so that we are able to have this meaningful engagement together. And let me bring in Dr. Joyce from Makere. The last time we had somebody from Makere in such a forum, she stirred up the whole entire conversation, and it was still on AI. She raised so many things that she put UCC on, you know. So I would like to pick up a question that actually was started off by Mr. Torach about blockchain, AI, and the rest. I just want to ask you, as a lecturer, as a teacher, as a person who does research, does Uganda's legal framework address emerging issues like AI, blockchain? Does it?
Thank you for the question, and good afternoon, everyone. I think following from all the things that have come up in this panel, I have to rephrase all my answers and also what the minister spoke, like the session that we had earlier.
Sure.
Because currently, we definitely, of course, have for example, what Mr. Torach talked about, the fourth industrial revolution, strategy that was developed, and it's somewhere. I think for me as a researcher, when something is out, I want to have access to it. I want to share it with my students. I want us to benchmark on it. And I also want to evaluate, well, how has it worked? How has it helped us, right? So that is already there. And I believe there were snippets in that of things around IoT, blockchain, and AI. So we also have the Data Protection Act that we know. So I mentioned the Data Protection Act because my field is AI, so the technology is really driven by data. So if you want to think about governance of AI, I know that the Honorable Minister mentioned a task force that's coming up with an AI policy strategy. Again, I don't know which word is most appropriate, but the government will guide which one they're coming up with. But they're coming up with a strategy on AI, or a policy on AI. And I'm trying to think of what will this have that is different from the data protection policy, because if we are governing an emerging, but also not just emerging, something that's changing very rapidly, like AI, blockchain, how does the policy landscape look like? Yes. So to answer your question, I think there's just a lot of things that need to be thought through if we are to come up with a very good the word, I don't know what the word is, but a guideline, right?
Framework,
yeah,
yes.
Because when you go into forums and people are talking about laws, I know Mr. Torach talks about a law. I fear the word law, because law feels like if you break it, we're going to fine you 200,000. But you want to not strive for innovation, right? Because you're in a space where we want to encourage the young people to be innovative, to come up with applications for AI, because we don't want to be left behind as a country. But if you have this law, how does it then cater for all this innovation that's coming up, but also thinking about what I just said, that AI is changing. We're now in the realm of generative AI. We don't know what will happen tomorrow because there's just so much competition coming up from big tech on who's producing the best model, who's doing the best thing, who's at the front in this AI race, because there's that race that's going on. And we have a law that we are coming up as a country. How do we take all that into consideration? I don't want to go into the technicalities of AI, but there's just a lot. If you think about algorithms and models, and you think about explainability of the models, you're thinking about, who's responsible, who's held accountable. Right now, it's a machine that's making a decision. For example, if you're besides a doctor and they're relying on AI to give you a diagnosis, or if it's something about the law, like who's accountable? Those are so many intricacies that I don't know how we're going to define them, that I feel like a law might be prohibitive, maybe a strategy, maybe encouraging and saying this is our plan, this is our roadmap of what we want to do as a country. So to answer your question about do we have that, I don't think so, because this is something that is moving very quickly. If you're saying you're going to have a law that you defined 4 years ago, and now this space is moving very quickly, is it still applicable? Are there all those things, those technical aspects that we've, for example, talked about, like bias, transparency, explainability of the models, that as an end user, I can understand what is coming out of this black box that we call an AI model? Have we taken care of all those things? So I think for me, when we're defining documents in our space, we call them live documents, because things are changing very quickly, that if you come up with something, it's up to be updated. It's going to change based on the context, because what works for example, EU might not work for us as a country. It has to be something that is evolving and changing. So those are my thoughts about this. Again, I don't want to contradict with what our government is doing in terms of the laws, but I'm just throwing out there my thought process on this. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joyce. And just like I told you, there's something about Makere. They always fire up something. Now we know there is literally almost no legal framework that can help us, with AI and blockchain and the rest. Mr. Torach, throwing back the Molotov tale to you, I just want to ask you, you've heard from a scholarly point, and I think this is a point that is clear. Do you think you want to stay for us with laws? Should it be laws? Should it be a policy? Should it be a strategy? What should it be?
Thank you very much. There are new concepts of what they call agile governance, where you need to come up beside the hard laws, which may be necessarily punitive. You can come up with code of ethics. You can come up with standards. And then there is something called regulatory sandboxes, where you can be able to test innovation in a controlled environment before you release it out there, in the event that it can cause harm to society. And as I mentioned, there are countries that are not pushing for new laws per se in the area of AI, because they consider AI to be a technology like any other. But then they are looking at the other laws and regulations, like on intellectual property. They amend sections that are related to these emerging technologies. Yes. Then they also look at cybersecurity. They amend the necessary laws, access to information, laws related to infrastructure, because AI, in terms of looking at the hosting, looking at the telecom, being a critical national asset, what kind of laws should be there. So there are different models for the different countries. So it is not, and again, the process in government, normally we start with what is called regulatory impact assessment. You have to look at the current laws. Do they adequately address the need of the country, even before you come up with a substantive law in the particular area? So I strongly believe that laws must not necessarily stifle innovation. But as innovation is also being abused, that is what has been raised previously. So how do we strike a balance?
Okay.
Issues of ethics are critical. So all these are things that we must look at.
Okay. All right. I see Doctor smiling, and there's something missing. Doctor, do you want to add on something to that?
No, I think when he talked about innovation being abused, I think for me, yeah, it's a thing that I worry. So I guess, I don't know how to think about the innovation space. Like, if you want to innovate, you have to be open to experiment. So I guess what government maybe can be able to help us with with the innovators is to provide, for example, those environments, the sandboxes, such that people can know that this is maybe my free space to think, to experiment, to try out new things, because you can never know what works. I bet the person who came up with WhatsApp, starting with Facebook and Meta, never knew the impact of what their technology would be in the future. We would not be here right now with all these things. I guess if not provided with that sort of control, or that sort of space to be able to do the things, right? So I think we kind of need to balance out. Yes, we want to be sure that we can be able to regulate because of the things that you've mentioned, of ethics, transparency biases, and we are aware of them, even from a research perspective, from teaching. These are the things that we always try to instill, in our students. But that's just a limited space of the population that you keep to talk to. But there are others who don't get that, but they have a creative mind, they have an innovative mind. So how do we balance out that? I think for me, those are the conversations that I would like to hear a lot. Yeah.
Awesome. Julian, I would like to bring you in the fray a little bit. At NITA, do you have mechanisms that monitor and evaluate the impact of some of the digital governance initiatives that exist? And if you do, how?
Yes, we do have several measures that we've, put in place for monitoring and evaluation systems. Yes. for digital governance, and this is mainly to ensure accountability and also progress on how far we've gone in that journey, and also, of course, to guide policy. And of course, there are different areas of perspective. So there are government-led monitoring and evaluation systems under the Uganda Digital Transformation Monitoring Framework. We do track areas of infrastructure, how far we are going in terms of connectivity. We also do track digital services. Yes, you're providing the infrastructure, where has it reached? So we also track the digital aspect to it. What are those services they're providing? What is their impact to the people? And then, of course, lastly, what we also track under that digital framework is the adoption and usage. Okay. So we also do a bit of that in that monitoring system, and the same socioeconomic evaluation, creation of jobs under that framework. So we do monitor that, we use that. The other one is, the other system, of course, is at the National Monitoring Evaluation bit under OPM, that is Office of the Prime Minister. For them, they monitor the entire sector, and they monitor the usage, the infrastructure as well, but from a broader perspective, where we have many projects that are running within government, sponsored by private sector or the World Bank, but even those that are being implemented in government, we always have to monitor that. So Office of the Prime Minister does that bit. Under UBOS also conducts a few surveys, and here usually it's about the national ICT access surveys. So they also have a bit of monitoring under that. So those are some of the mechanisms that are in government, they are government-led. But there are those that are in the private sector.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's, and we work closely with them. We don't totally just stick to government. So there are those independent assessments. The World Bank does a number of assessments evaluating the projects that they have done in the digital space and what is their impact in society. That is also provided for civil society, and academias also do conduct some of those evaluations. So we also tap into that when they're moving out to find out the digital rights, the governance as well. There's also another aspect of what we are calling the real-time digital governance. Yes. And we're using dashboards. And this we're using the open data portals. In there are data sets. I don't want to get so much into technical yes. But they are...
No, interestingly, everyone here is technical.
There are data sets that the public can go in and actually try to monitor what is happening across the board. So those are some of the monitoring mechanisms that we've put in place.
Interesting. Talking about dashboards, I like when I'm assessing the impact of my work. Normally, I'm always on my dashboards looking at them. But ladies and gentlemen, I would like to bring you guys into the conversation. I have so many questions to ask them, but I want to hear from you. So if you have a question, please, you raise up your hand. And please utilize, don't be too wordy with your question. Hit it direct and let them answer you directly. So I'll start with you at the back. Please introduce yourself, where you come from, where you work, and then your question directly.
hear you.
Is the microphone off? Can somebody from the media team support? Okay, I'll start with the gentleman. It seems he's very audible. He trusts his voice. Please introduce yourself and raise your question. Is the microphone working? All right.
Yes, it is. Okay. Thank you very much for the wonderful session. Thank you for our panelists. Eugene Miheso, CUC Uganda, and I'm a researcher and also an M&E specialist. I have one question, and this one goes to my team from government. We have internet, and actually we are rolling it out, and it's good to see that actually there's progress in it. But there's a pending question around infrastructure deployment. Right now, you walk in our city, it's very dirty, with wires everywhere. All over the place, they are thrown. Everybody comes up and, yes, we want this to go ahead, but is this sustainable with that kind of wires flying? You know, another person will come and say, I'm also another telco, and I want to also promote another service. Another wire goes on, more trees, more dirty environment up here. So how are we going to ensure that the sustainability around infrastructure deployment as we also roll out the internet services? One other thing that I would like to ask around data sharing. I think this one is open. Anybody can take it. So we have data that is being collected from different agencies from all over the country. Is there an open space where we can actually get this data for utilization? A case in point is some data from UBOS is very closed circuit. And when you ask for it, yes, you have to go through a process, and then you get very interesting data that cannot even support you in your research. Why am I saying this? Because some aspects are actually hidden in that data that cannot, you know, I want to look at something that is going to help me do my research. But I'm told, oh, we had to exclude this because we cannot give it to you for this purpose. So how can we ensure that there is very good open data sharing across organizations, but especially for researchers to also access? Thank you.
Thank you, and I hope when you're looking for your data, I hope you're not looking for marital status. Some of the things have to be excluded. Anyway, I think you can write down the questions. I'm going to take only two more, and then we can answer them. All right, please introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. My name is Yasmin Ahmed, and I'm from Femtech Law Initiative, and I'm a lawyer, and I have a couple of concerns and questions, especially directed towards government and NITA.
Can I restrict you to just one question? For now, we'll get back to another session, but I would like to restrict you.
Okay.
Yes.
So, my issue would be, we've talked about digital inclusion and so on and so forth, and we have seen government services go online, e-government services now. Most of them are online and very active, and you're starting to stop the more physical. But the question is, for me, is on accessibility for persons with disability. Yes? Accessibility for government websites, government services. Are you looking to making them more accessible? Because at this point, they're actually not very accessible. The websites are not very accessible to persons with disabilities, as well as things like language barrier. People who don't understand English, how are they going to access government services? Because I think about 2 to 3 websites have the local language setting, yes, but others don't. And yet we still need to access all of those government services. It's our right to access those government services. So for me, that would be it. And also on data protection, on the AI, they mentioned about having policy and so on and so forth. And we also have the Data Protection Act. As a lawyer, my question is on enforceability. We already have the Data Protection Act. How are you going to enforce it, or how do you intend to enforce it on big tech, private companies, the ones that run the AI, the ones, even if we come up with our strategy and our policies, the question, especially for Uganda, we have an implementation gap. How do we intend to implement these things? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll take a question at the front here. His hand was already up. He was among the first.
Thank you very much. My name is Asasira Arthur. I'm a software engineering student from Makerere University, and also a member of the Google developer groups on campus. Yeah, on Makerere University. And my question is from the youth point of view. And I'm aware we are here for the internet governance. And there was a concern about how we do not have local entities that are participating, taking their share of the internet. And that was aired out by the minister. Mr. Turaj also came up to talk about the academia involvement in this space. And my question is, what is being done to involve the youth? What is being done to involve the students? And I will actually hint on some of the things that are concerning. Things that push innovation, especially around tech, I would say are hackathons and buildathons, things that push for people to build. And right now, there is massive, massive investment in these things. We're looking at companies like Base, Avalanche, Google itself, that invests, that puts a lot of money in Africans, okay, to build solutions, but they're not building on themes that are African. They're building on themes that are European. They're building for the Europeans. I am participating in a hackathon right now, and I am building for the people in Dubai. What is being done by the Ugandan government to push and incentivize the building? You know, our factories of innovators are dormant. And it's not because they're not able. Yeah? We have a panelist from Makerere University, and I am speaking from the student point of view. Yeah? We are not incentivized. My peers are not interested in the field. Why? So what? You know, you come up and you're telling people to attend an event and build. So what? There's no resource. People are putting in a lot of money. That's why we are building for them. That's why we go abroad and build for them. African people building for the people outside, the money goes outside. Even the Africans don't come back. They stay there. So what is being done to involve the youth in the policies around the internet also? Because they are the majority of the users. That was aired out by the Minister for ICT. And as you said, it's rapidly changing. It calls for rapid innovation and rapid incentivization. We are poor. Nobody is going to get interested to build, and yet there's nothing. You talked about sandboxes. You should see it from the point of a developer accessing one of those things. Oh God, it is a hassle. It is almost impossible. It is very expensive for starters. It's crazy out there. From the point of a youth innovator, without a voice, without inclusion in the policies, and without incentivization. What is being done to incentivize the youth, the students? And I'm speaking from a Makerere University point of view. We have very many universities in the country. I want to thank the gentleman there for EduRoam. We are using the internet and it is free. That is something that is good, but people are using it for TikTok. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Asasira. You just managed to put a smile on Doctor's face. She's impressed with you, and I hope she's your teacher. All right, I'm going to hold the questions a little bit so we can first listen to these answers, and then we get back to more questions. So I'll start with the first question that was asked by the gentleman at the back, and his direction was to you, Torach, and Julian mostly.
Who starts?
Either of you.
Okay. Thank you very much. The community where I live, we have had similar challenges of the different service providers coming and laying cables, actually, overhead cables. They are crisscrossing, and they really look very ugly. But from the government point of view, government has regulations and policies on infrastructure sharing. But something we have in us also, at times we don't respect the laws and regulations that are in place. We wait until when we are caught, and then we start blaming that we are being victimized. So the laws and regulation policies are in place on infrastructure sharing. And also, Uganda Communications Commission works with all the stakeholders to make sure that things are done the right way, but still some people go and do it the wrong way. So probably now we have to say the law needs to be more punitive. If people think it is light, they can pay some fines and get away with it. That's really my perspective. It is not something that is sanctioned by government. I would also maybe talk about the issue of data access. What government is also doing is end-to-end integration of government systems which are linked to the national ID. And that would make access to data much more easy. Some of the challenges, of course, we have faced had to do with the standards across government for data sharing. We have had challenges also of sustainable funding for open data portal. We have had civil society, some partners coming and setting up, and when the funding dries, also that ends. So those are some of the work gaps which must be addressed for us to support innovation. I believe even Dr. Joyce is waiting for that data for her to use AI and develop models. And the students here who are present. But work is being done to make sure that we integrate, have data warehouses, because already personal identifiable data is being taken care of through NIRA, but functional data is where we still have challenges. So not all is lost. With the digital transformation now is going on, and continuous advocacy by a team like this, then things will move in the right way. I don't know whether I can answer also, give input to the rest, or I'll just stop there.
Before you leave it, I am certain you're given a porous answer. What that gentleman really wants to know is what is being done, what are you doing in terms of all these cables moving around, all these service providers, putting up all the things. He wants a direct answer. What are you doing? I hope that's what it is, because you've been porous, but what a direct answer.
One thing is we are different government institutions, and every government institution has its mandate. But as a policymaker in government, for example, you hear me talking high level, but issues of execution, Uganda Communications Commission would have talked better on what they are doing in terms of execution. I'm talking to you from the point of laws, policies, regulations, perspective of what I know is being done.
I agree with you on that. I won't push you so hard on it. Julian?
Just to add a bit on what Julius has mentioned, we do have the law on rationalization of ICT infrastructure in government. And the private sector is part of these stakeholders that we have engaged and we are working with. If you notice, before, when we were laying especially fiber, because now these ones are cables up, but the cables down. The cables down, that trend has reduced now. The people who are digging are not as many as they used to be, because that we have strengthened, and especially up country, where water, electricity, everybody was digging. Electricity was going up, but especially with the water channels. That one, in terms of rationalization, we have done. So where NITA is going, where, in other words, the national fiber cable is going, is where the water, and so on and so forth. That we have tried to manage. In the urban centers, especially of recent, where the private sector is providing the internet services, this is where the challenge is. And rightly said, yes, it's a big problem. What Julius has mentioned is that the implementation, probably we are not doing very well in that area, but well noted. Yes, the law is in place, the rationalization strategy on the same of ICT infrastructure is in place. We just now need to make sure people are accountable on the same. So at least we have some framework that we are following. It's just that I think people are just being stubborn. So I think the next step that needs to be done is how do we start penalizing that aspect. I want to speak more on the data sharing. What government has done is that we have implemented what we are calling a government integration platform. Some of you could have heard it as UG Hub. That integration platform is connecting every government system so that they're able to share data. And we have opened it up also to the private sector. So the banks, the insurance companies, most of them have come on board on that platform. What that platform is doing is that you're able to access government data that is already, of course, through a number of frameworks. You just don't just plug in, but you're able to access data like for NERA, you're able to access data from business registration and all that. So in terms of data sharing, that is now possible. Whoever needs information from most of these government entities, you can get in touch with NITA, and they should be able to provide that access. Of course, it depends on what it is you want that data for. The next, probably a couple of, maybe a year, we are looking into what we are calling the data, open data. So that data that we are integrating and working with this platform is going to have a section of the open space so that the private sector, the innovators can tap into that data. So we are moving into that. Otherwise, for now, across government, those that have systems, of course, those that are still manual, we're trying to digitize them. But those that have systems, they're able to plug into this platform. Before, when you would go to banks and you're opening up accounts, they would ask you, give us your national ID, we'll get back to you. But now it is instant. Why? Because through that platform, they're able to validate your national ID with the NERA. Okay, so things are changing in that space. Insurance companies are able to validate your national ID with NERA through that platform, including other government entities. So that is possible at the moment. It's the open data space that we are working on. Hopefully the next probably a year or so, we should have that also in terms of opening it up to the public to access. I don't know whether I can also go to the other questions. Yasmin, I hope I'm pronouncing that well. She talked about access to persons with disabilities, what we're doing in that space. And rightly said, yes, most of our online services are not yet there. We have just gotten funding from the bank to help us handle or tackle that aspect in terms of providing us tools, in terms of training on people with disabilities, especially training of trainers. When they're developing many of these government platforms, what can we do? What tools do we provide so that most of those people are catered for? So yes, it's lacking, but there's something that we are working on. We are going to work with about 5 centers in government that provide training for people with disabilities, providing them with tools so that those innovations, because most of them can, support. So that is being handled. Probably in the next 2 to 3 years, we should see some changes. The language barrier, that is a big gap, and yes, we acknowledge there's a gap. Most of the innovations, and this one also goes back to you, the innovators out there. The innovations that you are bringing out to the public are all still in English. Why don't we innovate in, because it's a big gap and it's a niche, okay? Makerere University has a whole faculty of language that can be utilized. So we can have that. Right now, you can use the translations on the Google, and you can translate to English and when you're developing these applications. But the local language is still a problem. So yes, it's a big problem. It's a gap, and I want to throw it back to the innovators. This is a place that you can make some money out of it. Data protection. Data protection, what are we doing in terms of handling the big tech? Our data protection was developed in hindsight with the international laws as well. We are complying into that space. Data protection, when you look at the law, it's talking about the data processors and data consumers in there, the data collectors and so on and so forth. What we are doing right now, we are requesting all the data collectors, every entity, every institution, everyone who is collecting data about individuals to register. And we have been carrying out audits, assessments of everybody who is collecting data, both in government and in private sector, to ensure that they comply. And of course, there are repercussions if you do not comply in that space. So the Data Protection Office has been trying to register data processors and collectors on the same. They are carrying out a lot of awareness and sensitization. This is the law that was enacted in 2019, around that. So it's a bit new, and there's a lot that is being done. But moving forward, I think since 2022, 23, 24, we've started enforcing those that are collecting data and are not complying with that data protection law. Now, when it comes to the international, again, we want to see how to work with most of them, because they're supposed to comply with that law as well. If you notice, the European Union, in regards to data protection, when you're doing any innovation, any system and everything, you have to comply with that law, otherwise they will not allow you to have business in that space, which is the same that we need to apply, and we are trying to do as government of Uganda. We are not yet there, but we are looking at that. So we are also trying to get into the big techs, the big companies that are collecting our data, to comply as well. Lastly, Arthur, our young innovators. For us as NITA, we actually get excited when we see a lot of you coming up in space. From our end, I'll just talk to a few things that we're trying to do to support the innovations. Under what we call the business process outsourcing area, we are supporting innovation hubs by providing them with connectivity. Infrastructure is a challenge. The cost of infrastructure, hosting, you're talking about the sandboxes, the internet itself. So what NITA is doing, we're providing that infrastructure, connectivity, one of them, and in terms of the cost, we have a subsidized package for such innovation hubs. A few of those incentives, they may not be exciting, but they at least give you a jump start. The other one is, other than the internet, we are looking into providing hosting. Right now, the demand for hosting in government is quite a lot, and we are not able to consume everybody, but we have gotten funding to expand our hosting, what we are calling the government cloud. and see how we can support most of our innovators in that perspective. I do not want to commit now, but those are some of the areas that we are looking into. If we can provide you with the infrastructure, which is expensive, you've already talked about it, the internet and the hosting part, we believe we can, provide some bit of incentives around that space. That is all I can say from that. But under the BPO, there are quite some few innovations that government is looking into that we will share, I think, as we go along. Thank you.
All right. I noticed most of the questions were actually directed to the government side of things. But I would like to just bring in Mr. Chamber to say something about still on data protection, right? So would you like to share something? Something crossed your mind when Mr. Torach was speaking.
Thank you very much. I think just to address the question of the first gentleman about data access and open data access. So if you're a student or you are a researcher in this place, through RENU you can access multiple libraries which have credible data. You see, access to data has issues. Nobody wants to give you their credible data openly on the internet. Why? Because of plagiarism, and also people can violate copyrights and all that. So, but there is a lot of good data that is out there that you can use in your research as a student or as a researcher to boost whatever you're working on. So these people organize themselves in what we call federations. So in Uganda, we started what we call the RENU Identity Federation. And the RENU Identity Federation is part of other global federations. So through the RENU Identity Federation, you can access other federations which have credible libraries to access data which will feed your research. So all you need to do is just go on a portal and put in the credentials. It's as simple as that, self-service. You do not have to first generate your a passport or something. Why? Because there is a verification system which ensures that actually the person that is accessing this data is a legit person and is accessing it for the right reason, meaning it's basically research and education purposes. So I would encourage that all students and researchers who are in this place to make use of such a tool at RENU. We have it, and for us on our side, what we are doing is to make sure that we partner with credible federations globally and also locally, so that when you're part of this federation, you can have access to endless data. Thank you.
All right. Arthur, I hope your question was answered. I saw you a little not contented, but I'll come back to your question. And we're going to take on a one-on-one with them after we are done with this, because I would like to give an opportunity to others. Because of time, we have little time. And for the guys that are going to ask questions, I'm going to take 3 sets of questions again. I am requesting you to be direct with your question so that the team can answer you adequately. I know Dr. Joyce was also supposed to answer something for Arthur, but we'll come back to that. Yes, so we will come back, but I just want to pick the questions very quickly. And I already identified there's a gentleman here, because I have 2 ladies who are going to ask, so I'll try to balance it.
Thank you very much. Silva Francis Oonyu is my name. I'm a person with a disability, I'm blind. And we have all listened that children who are blind, blind girls in Kotido, blind girls in Bidi camp, in fact, in me, I'm shedding tears. If we have to wait until the government comes up with our ways of helping, innovators we have all heard, we have to wait. If education is a right, a child who is blind, who is deaf-blind, has to wait. Indeed, I have been waiting. I'm a teacher trainer, technology for the blind, since 2012, USA trained. When I left the United States, people were saying, are you normal to go back to Uganda? I said, I want to go back to help children with disabilities, they're blind. I have struggled, but as you know, the issues that are included. Are we talking about inclusion, understanding what it is? Must we have to wait? What should we do? I am a teacher of technology who cannot teach because the government is unable to take me. I'm now asking, for how long shall we wait again? Given by the doctor that we have to wait, the deaf-blind have to wait to access education, the deaf-blind have to wait to access we cannot research because the government has nothing to do. For how long shall we wait? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Onyu. Oh God, I have all of you to ask questions. But I would like to give a chance to the other gentleman because he was in the first set of people to ask, and we missed him out. And then we'll ask Ms. Gloria on the other side, also from NITA, and then Veronica on the other side. And then we'll come back to you again. Please, direct to your question. Please, I beg that we go direct to the question so we can, mitigate on time.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Innocent Adrico, and I'm a program coordinator at the Internet Society Foundation. My question is around the challenge of e-waste management. I've taken time to look around about what is being done about e-waste, because it's one thing that we are trying to see that more and more people actually get the digital technologies, but there's a challenge of e-waste. I don't know what perspective the panel has on that challenge. So I would love to hear from them. Yeah, thank you.
Would you like to direct the question to someone?
I think, yeah, right there.
Right.
Yeah, she's just raised up her hand, Madam.
Dr. Joyce?
Yes, yes.
Ms. Julian, thank you. All right, I would like you to give the microphone to the lady with specs in green. I hope that is green. I hope I'm not colorblind. Or it's turquoise.
Thank you very much, our distinguished panelists. Please allow me to speak on behalf of Julius and on behalf of Julian. My name is Gloria Katuk. I work with the National IT Authority, and I've previously worked with the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. And we, as a sector, we are guided by the Ministry of ICT. Even us as civil society right now, I'm speaking as a civil society person because I'm a member of ISOC, I'm an internet society user. One of the reasons that I pride myself in these forums like this is the awareness session. We are law breakers because we are a lawless society. When we talk about infrastructure sharing, the laws are in place. When we talk about it's the law and infrastructure sharing, ICT rationalization of ICT products and services. We are doing all this. So I was using this story as a way to reach out on awareness. We are the mouthpiece. We are the internet society. We are the ICT users. Let's spread lawlessness. Let's not spread lawlessness, otherwise we speak against it. This is what I was saying, so that as we take out, one of our takeouts in this session is that we reach out to the other people. The laws are in place. How are we implementing them as telecoms? How are we implementing them as ISPs? How are we doing all this while this is in place? You are our mouthpiece. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Gloria. Question from the lady right there.
Thank you very much. My name is Veronica from NGO Mondo. I think Adrico mentioned part of what I wanted to say, but it was also about e-waste. As we are all here, I know we are working towards bridging the digital divide. And this comes with a lot of electronic waste, phones, computers, wires. We have internet service providers putting wires everywhere. So I have not heard anyone speak about how we are going to conserve our environment. I'm really passionate about this. And my other second concern is about the personal data that we share on different sites. I have gone through different regulations that other countries have set up to regulate data collection, the GDPR and others, and I get to know that while they're also regulating how this data is collected, but they're also educating the different populations on how much data they should share, and if they really want to share that data. So I'm imploring the government to also sensitize the community that we do not just have to share the data because they have asked us, but we should also be aware of why they are asking us this data, and if we don't want to share, then we shouldn't, because we are sharing a lot of information that is exposing us to different fraud and different risks on the internet. Thank you so much.
Thank you for raising a safeguarding issue there, and we'll get into the answers. Guys, I know we have lots of burning questions. Interestingly, I thought most of you were sleeping, but I like that you're awake with the questions that are coming through. But I would like us to first answer, because Dr. Joyce has one question we carried forward. We are out of time. We had said we would use 1.5 hours. We're actually going beyond more than it. But it will be also consensus if you agree that we can stay a little longer and you forego your lunch, which I don't want you to do. But let's first take over the answers, then we can, see if we can have more time to discuss with you. I'll start with you, Dr. Joyce.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to maybe recap on the question that was asked around providing e-services in areas and looking at, language barrier issues. And just to mention to Julian the call that she's, said out to innovators, because when you touch innovators, I feel like that's our space. From the university a little bit. And just to say, and because we also have AI, so just to say that there's been work that really we have tried to do around building AI models, specifically looking at, for example, natural language processing models and machine translation, where we can be able to translate something from English to Luganda, to Lumasaba, to Runyankole. So we have these models. So the thing about the universities, we always question that people don't know what we do, we don't speak out. But yes, we have these innovations coming on. But to be able to give you accurate information, for example, if I look at a government e-service, there, those technical words, those nuances that if you used a generic machine translation model, you'd probably not get a good translation. So I think collaborating between us and government and having access to the data for training out the AI models and making sure that such things can be leveraged on the website so that people can have access to them in local languages. I think this is something that's critical for us to bind and build together this collaboration. I keep thinking about how you go to the court and in judicial services, and then people have to listen to what the judge is saying in English, and maybe many of them don't understand. But we can have, for example, speech-to-speech translation models where someone will speak in English, that's automatically translated to a local language. We've done work there. We've also done work in text-to-speech models, and this is very helpful if I visit a website that I don't have to read out the whole document. I can just click on that service that's being provided, powered by AI, to read out and give it out to you in speech in a language that you can understand. So this is really the ethos of the work that we do in the lab, to really try and see, can we find a partner that needs these AI technologies? Can you help us with the data that we can improve already existing models that we are building that can be able to help out and break some of these barriers and challenges that we have, that we don't have to wait for a long time to have them, or big tech to build them for us. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Joyce. And I think that leads to Mr. Oonyu's question. And Julian, I think that goes to you and Mr. Torach. And by the way, what is interesting, there's there's one question that has kept lingering back. The E-West question has come in another form. So Mr. Torach is also coming back to you. But I'll start with, okay, yes, Mr. Torach, do you want to take it on?
Thank you very much. there's some bit of feedback. Now, the government, through the Ministry of ICT, came up with a national e-waste policy, and they also developed guidelines, because it is expected that processing e-waste should not be just a government thing, whether it's civil society, whether private sector, because there is business opportunity in that. That's why the policy was developed, and also the guidelines were also developed. In it, there are issues of technology, issues of collection, issues of standards, capacity building, all are within the policy and the guidelines. And also, under the National Environment Act, a regulation was developed, and there is a particular, within that, there is element of e-waste management. Most of the thing that we could probably talk about is the execution bit. Maybe the private sector doesn't see business value in e-waste, because the expectation is that government should do everything, which really may not be feasible. And in terms of awareness creation, I believe it is a multi-stakeholder thing. Let all of us be involved in creating awareness about the management, sustainable management of e-waste. So I think that suffices on the issue of e-waste. Then, Mr. Moderator, if I can mention two quick things. On the issue of data, available data for innovation, you can be able, when you go to Ministry of Finance website, you get to data related to budget. It has actually been well processed and easy for analysis. So that is an example of best case scenario, or some lessons we can learn from some of the government institutions. In terms of accessibility, again, I used to work in the National IT Authority, and while I was there, we came up with the accessibility guidelines. So TOT took place, awareness of the government ministry, IT staff took place, but maybe it was not adequate, because it is supposed to address issues of persons with disability and others. Issues of language also were covered within that, issues of standards. So the guidelines are in place. What we could still be concerned about is the slow pace of execution, and how many people are aware that actually we have even these guidelines in place. Now, the other issue on whether AI law or AI policy, you know, the EU has taken the risk-based approach. They came up with their regulation, which addresses different levels of risk in using AI. There are some countries that are taking the rights-based approach. Others are using a combination of that. So it is us as a country also to decide which approach we want to take. Now, in terms of also translation, it is not only Makerere. Some of you might have heard of Sandbird AI. They are doing a lot of work in terms of also translation, natural language processing, which Doctor talked about, and incentivization of innovation. I think probably also it is lack of information, because a few years back, the president provided funding for establishing a national innovation hub at the National Uganda Institute of ICT in Nakawa, because it was discovered that a number of good innovations that students come up with are not progressed after the universities. So that's why government came up with that. So it is part of the incentives, beside the different government providing support to the private innovation hubs, but also government itself set up an innovation hub. Now, other issue of incentivization, when government says we are going to connect all schools, community centers to the internet, that is part of improvisation. incentivization, so that you can be able to innovate. You mentioned something, I know also UCC has been providing some seed funding to support innovation. So it is us about learning where these resources are and how we can access. Basically, I think that is it.
You capture most of it. Now, let me bring in Julian now to like.
Okay, I'm just going to summarize. I'm adding on to what Julius is talking about, the e-West. Other than the policies, we are setting up 4 e-West centers. Now this is implementation, away from the policy. You always think that government, we're always just talking about policies. Huh?
Music to our ears.
Yeah. We are setting up 4 e-West centers. They're going to be distributed in 4 districts. We are lobbying for much more, but for now we have 4. These centers are going to collect all the okay, I don't want to call it trash, but all the waste. And in those centers, we're going to recycle. We're going to see if we can refurbish some of the equipment that is going to be in there. There will be training on repairs and so on. So it's going to be a fully fledged center to manage e-West. So we shouldn't lose hope. Government is actually setting them up. They have been funded. We're not going to look for money. Money is there. Those centers are going to be set up. So we're looking at the next, in fact, the target is within 12 months as we speak.
Yeah, okay.
So those centers should be up, and we'll communicate where they will be. I want to speak on Silva's point regards to the PWDs. Yes, I appreciate and feel that Gap mentioned. Like I've mentioned, we've gotten funding to support the PWDs. We are also, in that funding, we are going to work with the existing training institutes for people with disabilities, providing tools. So Silva, hopefully after this session, I would want to have a one-on-one with you, and we see how we can move that, but there's some work that is being done. We're going to retool, provide technologies for those centers for training and so on and so forth. I think that's really it. Personal data. Sensitization and awareness, very important. As government, we try to put up all the laws and regulations and everything, but if people are not aware of what is happening, they will still fall into some of those traps or, areas concerning data protection. So yes, I hear you, sensitization and awareness. We've been doing quite a lot of that. PDPO, Data Protection Office, has been doing quite a lot of sensitization. What I'm hearing is that we need to do more of those, and yes, we're going to try and do a lot of that so that we create our awareness. Right now, people think it's only the people in high offices when they're complaining about their data being misused, and people are taken to court. We already have laws that, are supposed to protect everybody. If somebody went on the internet and used my data and did all sorts of things, I can take them to court and they can be prosecuted. So that is available for everybody, not only the high-profile people. Okay, so yes, noted, and I think we'll do much more on the sensitization and awareness on data protection. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like us to recognize and appreciate all our friends, our differently abled friends who are right here. Please, let's give them a round of applause. Mr. Onyu, we are glad you joined us, and please, like Julian says, she wants to have a one-on-one session with you. And this goes out to each and every one of you. I know that we have so many burning questions to ask, but because of time, we can't do all that. So I'm going to request that when we are done with our session, please look out for each one of them. outside there, have a one-on-one engagement with them, throw the Molotov tales to them. But also, if you feel you may not get a chance, please write down your question. Yeah? Write down your question to the person you want it directed to. And as we finish here, hand them over to me and I'll give it to each and every one of them so they can have it. And when you write your question, leave your name and maybe your contact so that they are able to get back to you in the best way they can get back to you. So as we come to the end of this session, I would just like to now give each and every one of them a parting shot, because I know I also have so many questions to still ask, but because of time we won't do that. And I'll start with, at the far end, from Mr. Torach. What is your parting comment to the audience?
Thank you very much. Mine is really to start with appreciating the convener, Lillian, that this has been a very, very, very exciting event, and it has really been a good platform for information sharing. There are a number of initiatives that are going on, so unless we get this kind of opportunity to share, the general public and the citizens of this country may not be aware. So we really appreciate, and as I said earlier on, we are available to answer your questions. If there are some things that for which you need clarity, we are available to answer you. I know the scope of the discussion has been wide. We looked at issues of policies, we looked at issues of execution, we looked at issues of infrastructure, we looked at digital services, cybersecurity, emerging technologies like AI, research and innovation. So the scope of the discussion has been wide. So I'm really very grateful that we have been able to have this discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. John Torach. A round of applause to him. And to your immediate right.
Thank you. What I would want to say for our members in the audience is that digitization has come. Digital inclusion is important for this country if we are to move to another level. And like I think the speaker mentioned, whether we move fast, whether we move slow, the world is going to move. And it's within us as citizens of this country to make sure that we tap into that and also move to the pace that the world is moving. As government, we cannot do it alone. You cannot wait for government. So we need to work with you, we need to partner with you for the ideas, the innovations, we need to work with you. Government cannot do everything. So all I'm employing is please work with us so that we're able to move this digitization journey together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Julian Reju. I would pass it on to Dr. Joyce.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think my key takeaway of parting shots is, I think as innovators, researchers, I think we also need to appreciate what government is doing and the centers that it's providing to really build the space for innovation. For example, the BPO that was mentioned, the center in Nakawa, that is providing, training for innovators. I know recently we actually held a training for innovators in AI, and few people showed up. Not to critique my student about hackathons. I know we've had hackathons previously at the university, but people don't show up. So I think it's just to say that these things are being provided to us. I know that government is thinking about our youthful population, right? The way it is, because there's a lot in that age bracket. But let's also be, proactive and pick up these initiatives. And for me, when we have these things and problems are being mentioned and coming up, that's like music to my ears. I keep thinking, what can we do? Maybe because I think as a researcher, so what can we do, right? What can we innovate? How can we be able to solve these things together with government? What innovations can come out of this? So it's just my appeal that let's not take this as, it's all gone, but we can be able to innovate and pick up and work together and provide these things that we all need, for example, around internet, around AI, and utilizing these emerging technologies. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Joyce. And to you, Ben.
Thank you very much. For me, my parting note would be the internet landscape in Uganda has so many challenges, so many. You solve one problem, there is another. I'll give you an example. For example, we make EduRoam publicly accessible to students and researchers, but it says they're using it for TikTok. So we've solved access, but they're using it for the wrong reason. But that's another challenge we need to solve. My friend talks about infrastructure sharing, and government is telling you the laws are there. But you see, there are some providers, yes, they share infrastructure, but when they go into market to get customers, they'll tell them, no, that person you're using, I'm actually their service provider, so I'm better than they are. But in actual sense, that is manipulation of the rightful information. So the challenges are many, but what I would encourage us here is let's keep questioning our stakeholders. And the stakeholders need to move fast because the internet space is shifting really, really fast. By the time we are solving the problem of access, the rest of the world will be on another thing. So as stakeholders who are concerned, let's move fast and make sure that what needs to be addressed is addressed. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Ben Chemba, who is the head of, he is the head of maintenance at RENU. That is, RENU is Research and Education Network for Uganda. Of course, you've heard about the EduRoam. Don't use it for TikTok. Please try and go there and access so many interesting things there. And then from Makerere University, Dr. Joyce Nakatumba Nabende, thank you so much for coming through. And from NITA-U, the Director of E-Government, that is Ms. Julian Reju. And of course, finally, from the DPP, the Commissioner IT, Mr. Julius Peter Toraj. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give them a round of applause. They've been... So, thank you so much for being a part of this. Please don't forget to write your question down. Write your question down, leave your contact. The best way you feel can be replied to you, so that they can give you information back in the best way you think you need it. Either if it is mostly email, I think would be okay, because I'm not sure about them allowing to share their WhatsApp numbers with you. That's again a data issue also. So that's something else to discuss. But please write down your question, your name, and your email address, and definitely they will reach back to you. Or you can also leave your contact, but don't expect a WhatsApp. Maybe they might call you, depending on what it would be like. So thank you so much. We're going to take a break right now. Our break is our lunch break. We're going to be directed by one of the guys from ISOC, and they will tell us where we're going for lunch. When we are done with lunch, we will convene here again for the afternoon session so that we can run down the day to deliberate on more issues. I ask each and every one of you, please do not leave. Do not be in a hurry to leave. Please return so we can build digital governance together as a place. So I'll invite the President himself to come and give us our next direction or course of direction on what we shall be doing. So Joshua, please, you're welcome. A big round of applause to them again as they take their seats. Please take your seats right now. Oh, just hold on. We're going to have a group photo, so before we can go. And Mr. Photographer, you can direct us on what you want us to do. Ladies and gentlemen, our lunch is served. Now, these are the directions of where to go for lunch. Each one of you is going to be given a coupon, and that coupon will be your access to have lunch. Lunch is served at the main restaurant of the hotel, The main restaurant of the hotel is down. So we're all going to go down. And if you feel you're going to get lost, please don't fear to ask any of the members from ISOC that will help you to go down to where lunch is. So let's go have lunch right now, and then we come back here. Let's make sure we have our lunch at least for 30 minutes so that we can mitigate our time back, so that we can utilize for more deliberations. I'll see you after lunch.
Now there's another session going on already down. So soon they will be also joining us, then we'll have a closure. So Mr. Ben, Mr. George, Mr. Lane, and Miss Veronica. Please come to the podium and let's kick this off. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome you all to this panel. What we'll start by doing, I think let each one introduce themselves. I don't want to preempt, I want them to use their own description for their institutions. So I'll start with my immediate left. Maybe you just.
Good afternoon, everyone. By name, I'm called Alain Wanichan. I work with YARID, Young African Refugee for Integral Development. We are located in Zambia, opposite Yes Center. We are a refugee-led organization. Thank you.
Please tell us what you do.
Thank you. We as YARID, we operate in different areas. One of them is ICT. This is the reason why I'm here in front of you, beautiful people. We operate in education area. We have women empowerment and livelihood. And we have also job training and placement. And we operate also in different areas, like in Kapala, we are in Palabek, we are in Chakatu refugee settlement, and we are also in Nativale, in Isingiro.
Thank you. Next we'll have the lady, the only lady on the panel. Please introduce yourself, talk about your organization, what exactly do you do?
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be the only lady here. My name is Veronica Faith Nuwamanya. I work with NGO Mondo as the Uganda country coordinator. Mondo is an Estonian international organization working in over 12 countries globally. In East Africa, we are working in Uganda, Kenya, and another African country is Ghana. But we also are working in other countries. What Mondo does is we are humanitarian, we are an organization focusing on humanitarian aid, development cooperation, and global education. And we are doing this through different programs. One of them is the digital competencies training, where we have been working with different communities since 2012 here in Uganda. We have been partnering with the Ministry of Education and Sports. That's as a COVID-19 pandemic response. We partnered with the Ministry of Education and Sports, And we have implemented our digital competencies training in over 6 primary teacher colleges. We've also worked with different technical vocational training institutions in Uganda. And we have also worked with different refugee communities. Some of them we've worked with the ARIDA partner here, but we've also worked with other different partners in the refugee communities. And we have also worked with women groups, youth, and different communities. But we also have other programs, such as the environment program, where we are mitigating climate change. And we also have an education program and health, where we are supporting children with school fees and other scholastic materials, as well as health insurance. And we also have an EU aid program where we bring volunteers from Europe to work with different communities in Africa. And basically that is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. George. Please introduce yourself, your organization, and what that organization does, just briefly.
Yes, members. I'm Onyango George from Nakao Vocational Training College. Nakao Vocational Training College is an institution that has just gained the status of a college. This college skills students in engineering courses. And among those courses, we have diploma courses and certificate courses, diploma in electrical, water engineering, mechanical engineering, and certificates in electronics technology, automotive, woodwork, building, and metal fabrications. Related to ICTs and technology, the Institute, we have gained a successful success in using ICT tools, like in our diploma programs whereby we teach automation. And automation is about running machines, whereby these machines, they are running with computer-aided softwares, and the use of internet has enabled us to integrate Internet of Things in the real world of work, whereby our trainees, the students that we train, can aid people to program their machines in the factories. And as currently you see the items you use, the computers, the phones, and the TVs which are smart. We train those people how to repair those TVs, the smartphones, and those candidates are successful in the world of work. We have also what we call aided design, whereby our students can do AutoCAD. They can also do what we call GIS, whereby like the water engineers and civil engineers can use the Google Earth and Google Map to see where they're going to construct buildings, to see how the soil looks like, the weather. They study the weather using the internet. So technology has cut across everything. And since TVET, the government is putting it in that every institute should skill people who are ready to work. With use of internet and technology, you find that the student we send, they are ready to work in the world of technology.
Thank you. And lastly, we'll have Mr. Ben.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ben Chemba, and I am a network engineer at the Research and Education Network for Uganda. So at RENU, we are basically dealing with provision of advanced ICT services to the research and education community. So we tailor these services so that they can serve the community members in all the needs they have. Specifically, we are serving from primary schools to secondary schools, to universities, to tertiary institutions, to health centers, to research organizations, to hospitals. So all this is our community group that we serve. And among the services, of course, the main service we deliver to these members is internet connectivity, but we also have other services from which they benefit. And I would like to also highlight that most of these services are actually given to our members at no cost, but they are just there to facilitate them to achieve their goals. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all. Now, this discussion, we are going to be focusing on the opportunities and the challenges. But to help maybe create a kind of a baseline, there's a small research we have done as ISOC within the Kampala metropolitan area, and I'd shared with some of you, even the audience. And these were some of the findings that we had in this preliminary analysis, that internet use in schools is at 80%, but that is Kampala metropolitan area. That is Kampala, Entebbe, Wakiso, Mukono, all right? We also found that of these 80%, the focus was always on the administrators of the schools, not the learners, not the teachers. Okay? And then the other thing we also found was that 87% was the percentage in secondary schools, meaning that it's in secondary schools where there is internet use, right? There's internet use more in secondary schools, and one of the reasons was that it is because it is part of the curriculum. So now I'm going to be using some of these with the questions basing on your experience and your understanding of how we can advance technology, internet, in schools, and what opportunities and challenges are there. I'll start with Mr. George from the Vocational School Training College at Nakawa. Why do you think that these schools are focusing more on administrative staff having internet as opposed to maybe the teachers or the learners? What's behind this, in your understanding? I think you're from a college. Is there a way you think maybe that internet, they are favoring administrators? Is it a cost? Why do you think, for example, the students don't have internet in most of the times? Maybe you can have also another panelist take it up. Veronica?
Thank you. I would say, one, most of the school administrators are not aware of how internet could benefit their community. That is in regards to the students or the pupils they are teaching in these primary and secondary schools and higher institutions of learning. I'm referring this to some of the institutions we have visited. Most of them have gotten a chance to deeply dive into internet after our digital competencies training. And after this training, then they realize they could have done so much with the internet rather than thinking it was a barrier in education, because the users have tagged internet as TikTok, like they have been saying. Most people are using TikTok. So the institutions don't see the value yet. But with our training and our awareness, we are seeing institutions changing their mindset, and they are now understanding that internet is a basic need, actually, because without it, then the students are missing out. Without it, the teachers as well are missing out, because even the teachers do not have access to this internet, except if they are buying it on their own. So we have been encouraging institutions to take it on, and we are already seeing a change in most of the institutions where we have trained.
Thank you. We'll move on to Mr. Ben. When we look also at this internet, one of the main challenges we see was reported was the high cost, given that Reno is a provider of internet and a slow speed. So I was wondering, how is Reno trying to resolve this challenge, especially for schools and learning?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Cost of internet is definitely high in Uganda, it's no doubt. Reports show that in East Africa, Uganda actually has the highest cost of internet. So this is just not a statistic. It actually means it dwindles down to the last person who is going to use the internet. But what are we doing to make sure that we enable even the little that we have to the people without budget? Because it's a question of lack of budget, especially for institutions like primary schools. If you go down to a health center too, which does not have a budget to run a stable connectivity throughout the month. So at Reno, what we do is we've designed packages which are unique for these groups to make sure that they are enabled to onboard on the same connection as a big university that has a bit of capacity to afford the internet connectivity. So that's the first thing we do. But also, because of numbers, we advocate to make sure that prices of internet go down as we are purchasing from upstream providers. This is what we push for, that we are able to get what we call education discounts. We are specifically serving research and education, which is a not-for-profit entity. So that discount we get, we are able to pass it on down to the institutions which connect on the network on a more affordable way. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll now move to Mr. Lane, who's working in refugee camps. Now, our understanding in refugee camps is that there is hardly any internet, according to us. But we want to know, how is Yarid handling this situation? How do you help this situation?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. When it comes to the handling of issue of internet in the refugee community, especially in the centers that I run, is way back, let me put it back way before we had this, we had the unlimited, this fiber stuff. So we used to buy the packages where it was limited. So giving it to learners, our learners, so they were misusing it, like more, when you don't pay attention to them, they tend to turn to watch their personal stuff, like on those TikTok stuff, just music, and then we're not really giving time to their learning. But when you pay deep attention to them, so there they focus. And then when we change, we move to the fiber unlimited. Now we try to restrict, but leave for them like we give them access so that they can learn, but we try to block them when it comes to this social media. And then we give them time after, like, so okay, you want to learn, the lab is way open for you. You can always pass by, and then not for your social media stuff, but for the learning, the space is always available for them. So I don't think right now we are facing this challenge, but we don't give them on their phones because we have some gadgets, so we just provide them the gadgets, sit, and then further your learning.
Okay, thank you. At least they do get to have gadgets to start with.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Though it's not enough, but we have a big number, so we try to monitor them per group. Like we feel this is the first group, so you can come at this time. You have like 1 hour or 2 hours. You can do your research and stuff, the practices, and then you give for the other group. So that's how we try to solve that challenge.
Okay, now I'll return to George on opportunities. What opportunities does technology offer to the professional development and training of educators, youth educators? Mr. George.
Sorry, come again?
I come again? Yeah. What opportunities does technology offer for professional development and training for educators?
Actually, in our vocational institutions, all Nakawa Institute in common, we find that with this use of internet as a tool, first I'm going to bring from the community, how the community can engage us so that we can run this well. The parents or the guardians, we find that internet is a tool which has become basic in learning. When I say basic, it means we cannot do without it. As engineering students, the ones we teach, we find that we give them courseworks or we give them assignments. And these assignments, if they are to be done right, we have to use the cheapest platform or the cheapest softwares. And the cheapest softwares, they are online-based. Online-based softwares, these are softwares which have been developed as open source for students to access with shared information from different universities, all trials which have been made from different laboratories. So you find when we are using softwares like MultiLab, Arduino, let it be the AI softwares, into making what we call IoTs, Internet of Things, when they are developing softwares that can run on electronics devices, you find that these students must own a laptop or a phone. So you find that the parents or the community has to support institutions to equip themselves with the infrastructure that can run the internet or give their students the laptops and the internet tools that we can have. Then when it comes to the professions, like the teachers, when they are teaching, or the instructors, we find that it becomes more interactive when we do work online with our students. When we are working online, we find that even a student who has missed a lecture can be engaged into the class, even when someone has missed. More so when we come also to demonstrating some features, like I'm going to go to geography, or when we come to the side of surveying, whereby we use the geographical information system. You find that there is no any way I can tell a student, this is how Kalma looks like, or that's how this area looked like years ago, and this is how it has reached, or this is how the landscape is. But when we use this internet, we can see the history which has been stored on the drive, and also we review this information. Also, when it comes to these deep tech learning machines, we find that the teacher does not have to explain much. It becomes very easy for the teacher to explain concepts in regards to technology and learning. It becomes very easy.
Thank you. All right, continuing with these opportunities, I want to ask Mr. Ben about the innovations that RENU is using or putting in place to improve the quality of service to schools. I remember you mentioned packages, but won't the packages be downplayed? I don't know anyway. You could explain to us some of these ways.
Thank you very much. So most of these innovations, by the way, are aimed at addressing certain challenges, because even us over the period of years, we've analyzed and realized that the schools in Uganda have different challenges. So to address challenge of cost and affordability, you realize that we try to have those small packages which they can afford. But even if they can afford, one of the, at the beginning you mentioned that your survey discovered that the internet is mainly used by the administrators. And that's something we also noticed. And the reason is, most cases, the administrators are the ones who are driving what? internet use within the school. So they're the people with the gadgets. They're the people who can access the computer lab. But where would the students be able to access the internet from? So we had something called a wireless extension program in all schools, so that we can extend connectivity to spots where students can actually access it from, away from staff room. Not student is going to go to the staff room, that they want to access internet from there. But sometimes they want to do research, but they cannot go to the computer lab because it's under key and lock. So we identified key points within the schools or the universities where we know we can, from RENU, extend connectivity, and then students can come and access. That's number one. Number two was away from campus. Let's say a university or an institution buys capacity and it's delivered at the university or that school. But when they leave and go for holiday, they cannot access that connectivity because it's left at school. That's when we came up with what we call the Metro EduRoam. It's a free hotspot or Wi-Fi and secure for access to students and researchers and teachers to make sure that they can continue accessing the stable, reliable connectivity they had at school. I think you had some of the students give testimonies. Some of them access it at their hostels. When you're in your room, you're able to do your research. Some of them access it at key points like restaurants in town, or you go to a hub, ICT hub, and it is there. So that's what we are doing to drive access to the connectivity, that you continue accessing a reliable connection even when you are away. So further to that, we said, okay, but still when we put connectivity in a restaurant, it's static. What if that person is on the move, is moving from here to Ntungamu, but they need access to reliable connection and secure connection? So we designed another MiFi stable product. You can still have REN connectivity on a MiFi, and you're moving with it anywhere you go, whether you're in the park where there is no connectivity, whether you go to Kalangala, whether you go where, you will have your connection on you when you have that small pocket size MiFi. So the solutions are there and they're endless, but they are really aimed at resolving particular problems we are seeing within the schools. But the challenges, of course, keep coming up and coming up. In the earlier session, I mentioned the challenge of power. That yes, we have internet delivered at the university, but there are sometimes you'd call and they tell you, we do not have Yaka. So they cannot access the connection because there is no Yaka units. And then they don't have a budget to buy Yaka units, maybe for a given month. So that's when now we've designed a solar-powered router, that it's okay. No power, no problem. You continue accessing your reliable connection using a solar-powered router. Now, that one router is able to cover a radius of 350. So with that, you're almost covering a big space of the given school when you place it in a good place. And when it's fully charged using the sun, the batteries can last up to around 3 weeks. So we believe that this is another game changer to address another challenge that we are having in schools.
Thank you. RENU is one of the people who have sponsored this event, and they have also provided us with internet. And I'm glad you mentioned that last point on the solar-powered router, because I found that really, really helpful, especially when you move away from Kampala areas. We'll carry on. I'll now look more into the challenges. This will go to Veronica. How best can we measure the outcomes of this effectiveness of technology intervention? Because all these guys have interventions they are pushing. But how do we measure that we are indeed making progress? Because you may be just making progress here in Kampala.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. One is we need to engage the people who are using these services. It could be the students, it could be the administrators, the people in the institutions, and it could be the communities. We need to engage them, go out there and find out the outcomes on ground. We could carry out assessments to find out how the situation was before and how the situation is after the internet has been installed. For us as Mondo, what we always do is before we implement a project, we carry out a needs assessment to understand what is on ground. Do they have the internet? If they have the internet, is it reliable? If it is not reliable, we go ahead and find out exactly which service providers would be the best for this community. And once we have identified this and we are implementing the project, then we carry out periodic assessments to find out how they are coping, how they are learning. We do assessments during our module trainings, and these are not just, I don't want to call them verbal assessments. They are written assessments where we can see as trainers how the students are learning, if they have the skills that we are training them. And then also, at the end of the project, we go back to make more research and find out what the impact is. We have really got several stories at the end of the project, because when we go in communities, we find that most of them were using phones probably for basic functions like making phone calls, messages. But then after the training, then someone can even be able to send you a document on Google Drive or even attach a document on WhatsApp. That is something not anyone can do, attaching a document on WhatsApp. So we do these assessments, and then also is we evaluate the teaching methods. When we go in institutions, we find out how are they teaching, which methods of teaching are they using, and then we design our material according to what their needs are. So we are aiming at improving their current teaching methods to be able to cope with the current technological development around the world. And we have worked with different primary teacher colleges, 6 of them around Uganda. And I should say, after our training, they were able to improve their teaching methods right from the primary teacher, the nursery teacher, the kindergarten teacher, up to the primary 7 teacher. So this is what we have been doing. And then also we engage the students and motivate them to be able to use the skills that we are teaching them, because it wouldn't make sense for us to conduct a training and then go away and no one is using the skills that we have trained. So we continue motivating them to use the skills, and we show them the benefits that are in using these skills. And I also have very many testimonies on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll come back to Mr. Lane here next to me. How is Yarid's work proving beneficial in these refugee spaces? On the education side, how is it?
Thank you, Mr. President. On our side, Yarid, since we are also one of the partners that worked with Mondo, and we are still implementing their approach, and so we basically measure all these outcomes, like with the feedback that we get from the community and people who have completed our courses. Like, you know, when you see it, like, that's something that motivates me personally. When you train somebody, somebody who came like from zero computer background, and you train that person and the person moved on, and then, because always we tell them, what we are giving you, we are just opening for you the windows. It is not the final. So we have bigger outside there. If you want to go to further them, it's feel free to go, and then you'll just give us the feedback. So we have some good testimony. Some of them coming back said, thank you so much for what you've given us. Because we give them for free. Like all our services are for free, starting from computer and all other like training that we offer. Some of them including the tailoring, craft making. We have also the hairdressing. So we have various stuff, even English course and the job placement. So after all this stuff, those feedback we receive from them after the completion of the course. So that's how we measure the outcome of our impact in the community.
All right, thank you. Probably the last question for Renu. From the ISP perspective, this will be for Mr. Bennett. As an ISP, now I want to look at it from the perspective of the ISP. What are the challenges you're facing on your side in providing what it is us we want, the people in education, us who are looking for digital equality?
Thank you very much. We actually face a lot of challenges from the ISP side. That is a bit hard to express to the maximum. But you realize that there's lots of vandalism within the communities, which increases operational costs on our side. Because once someone's service is down, they expect it to be restored as soon as possible. But if you have vandalized, let's say, a fiber link of 10 kilometers, that's a lot of money to be put back. And there is no proper tracking of who the person is, where they came from, what their mission was. But vandalism is one of the biggest challenges. Even in schools, we have had schools whereby, yes, they have got sponsorship, let's say from UCC, to set up a lab and connectivity, and tomorrow they tell you all the computer labs, computers are being taken in the computer lab. So how do you support such a school to come back online? They got a donation of, let's say, 20 computers. They have all gone. The internet is just hanging. So it's a challenge that we're having. And budget. Most of the institutions, especially this is common in government, the budget towards ICT is very small. They do not prioritize ICT in most of the education sectors in Uganda. So if you don't prioritize ICT to make sure you finance it, by ICT I mean even the infrastructure within the school. So it is one thing to bring internet into the lab, but it's another thing to make sure you use it. You have to have the infrastructure spread out within the school. So this is a big challenge that most institutions, yes, we've adopted the ICT curriculum, but they don't have infrastructure spread out to make sure that there is access to the stable connectivity within the compound or the whole coverage of the school. So that is another challenge that we face, and we are trying to address it by trying to lobby for equipment donations here and there, and you can patch up and say, here, let's put in maybe an extra access point and make sure that you address it, but it's not sustainable. The stakeholders themselves have to make sure that they prioritize ICT budgets, because that's how you're going to spread or support the access to a stable connectivity. The other challenge we also face at Renu is skilling. That yes, you have a stable connectivity delivered at the school, but do you have an ICT teacher who can support ICT within that school? Most cases you find that in most institutions, the head teacher is the one actually handling it. And the teacher has no time to be there that, okay, now the internet is like this, let me troubleshoot a bit and find out why it's like this, why it's off, or let me make sure that a printer can actually print. You get it? But there is no budget to make sure there is a dedicated ICT person. So it's a challenge. So what we do is we try to skill the teachers, the whole staffing teacher, that you can have basic skills in ICT, even if you're a biology teacher, even if you're teaching geography, so that where you need to employ these skills, like let me say to connect to a printer and you're able to print, you're able to actually serve yourself. Because the bigger picture is, of course, to ensure that you have an ICT person in place, but the budget is not allowing.
All right, thank you. One of the reasons I brought that last question, she mentioned they do a needs assessment before they intervene. Now, if you notice from what he's saying that sometimes people are just coming, calling Red will come put internet, but they have not also prepared internally. All right? Then Red is the one to pick the bill, more or less. Then there's another one he said very politely, but he was trying, I think, to say people don't want to pay. So that's being polite. Yeah, but I think what's coming out is that there are opportunities to advance education using technology. They are there, but you need to do a needs assessment. You might rush to bring internet for people who are not ready even for it. Maybe that is why some schools are tending to focus on the administrators, maybe, because they are not ready to manage the learners, because now that's a whole new ballgame. So that's a thought to keep on mind. I want to move back to Mr. Lane and George. In your opinion, what would you want for your institution or for now say Mr. George, what do you want as Nakawa? What do you want to see done so that there is good internet in Nakawa and there are people using it effectively? Where are those challenges and you need someone maybe to help? Because now we have, say, Renu, maybe Renu will intervene. Now for you, George.
I'm first going to say from the challenges, now as with the technical people, all the people who are teaching the institutions who are doing vocation, we intake a limited number because people sometimes, they send few people for vocational courses. Then he has mentioned about a challenge whereby institutions, all colleges, they don't fund ICTs. So even us here, we have a very big challenge in funds, whereby that we have a barrier that if we have a limited number, for example, at our college, whereby we had the purchase of renew bundle, whereby we had speed was from 60, then we upgraded it to 80. But you find that as you're making an upgrade, it is the numbers of the intakes, all the students you have, to allow you buy a bigger bundle. So you find that we get a challenge in budget because we have few students. So when we are coming to the people, what we want people can help us with to solve such kind of challenges. People should bring in more students to universities, which are all colleges which are vocation, so that also we can get numbers. All people should fund, because these vocational institutes, these are the people who are repairing the ICT gadgets. These are people who are creative and innovative. These are the people you'll find on Kampala Road. These are the people you find on your NASA Road. These are the people you are going to find in Mutasa Cafe or anywhere there who are repairing these ICT devices. So you find that for us to be capable of making them get all the skills, we need a funding budget, and which comes with numbers of students which have intake, all who have enrolled for these courses. Then another thing, you find that the community members also, they take advantage of our facilities, whereby if you have a Wi-Fi, which is broadcasting, other people also come to enjoy it. And since this is a government facility or it is an institute, we welcome in people. So you find people can come. If you have planned an internet service for 1,000 students, you may end up that you are supplying 2,000. And the 1,000, there are people around you. They have also come and they are logging into. So sometimes we don't restrict these Wi-Fis because we want people to be free to get information to be a right, to get these tools. So you find that we don't restrict it very much. So you find that I think actually Renew had provided us a solution whereby we have NDRAM. NDRAM, this is whereby students can connect, but through a restricted pipeline that they connect using their contacts and emails that are assigned to them as a college. So you find that that one will solve our problem whereby other community members come in to utilize our data. So we shall solve that kind of barrier. Also the challenges like in labs. For example, the labs, you find some universities don't have enough labs or vocational institutes. But on our side, since we have small numbers, we have enough labs. We have labs that can accommodate all our students. But also we have organizations that come in to help, all skill and also fund with some machines to use in ICT, like Mondo. Mondo is one of the organizations that teaches our teachers, all instructors, for free on how to use Google tools. So you find that whereby we have a challenge of limited manpower, such kind of organizations, when they come in to sensitize the community, which we have, or the population, it also helps us. So we need more people who can help us to solve such kind of challenges and intervention. We need them. And also such kind of a platform like today, whereby that you call us to air our challenges, or it helps us also to reach more stakeholders and to see that they can also come in. Then finally, the challenge of the students when they go, like those ones we teach electronics and technology, they repair phones and the laptops. You find that they have no trust from the community they are serving. When they are serving the community, some people think that these people cannot solve their problem. So you find it becomes a barrier or a challenge that if for me to teach people technology, and these people now, they have a feeling in them that they are not appreciated outside there, it becomes a very big challenge for us to make these students to learn the technology. But if people start buying their service or their skills, the knowledge, and funding them, we shall see that we shall have more numbers that can do technology, and also we shall see that there will be a very great improvement. So that challenge of not getting appreciated, the community should revise it, and we appreciate the young engineers there, the young technicians, all people who are studying technology, so that we can be capable of solving such barriers.
Yeah, thank you. Then we'll have the same for Alain. What are those challenges you feel the people here can solve for you?
Thank you, Mr. President. In difference with what my colleague just said, with him here, they have the bigger hubs for their learners, and for us it's totally different, because in our institution, our services are for free. They don't pay. So with that one, we have a big number. So when we have a big number, you find that the gadgets are not enough to accommodate all of them. Yet we would like to have like each and everyone to sit, at least, if not the computer, at least with the phone, because that's part of the package that we train them sometimes to use the phone. We don't have the computer. So when we get such challenge, some don't get enough time to get familiar with the course or with the material that we are giving them. So at the end, you find we register some people dropping out. You find others are just coming, and then you receive a lot of complaints from them. So it's kind of very hard. We are very happy to provide our services for free, like we always do. But where we need the help the most is to have enough gadgets. When it comes to internet, that one we don't really consider it as a challenge, because there is a way we can monitor that one. But when it comes to access to the devices, for the time to get familiar with devices for learners, so that is where we're having a serious challenge. And another challenge is, like, sometimes when they finish, we really want to like do the follow-up and then maybe to link them with other vocational skills, which we are not yet there, but we are really targeting also that one. Like when our learner finish, we can select maybe few, and then we send them to those vocational skills, and then they further their knowledge on top of what we've given them, like in our trainings. So the challenge we face is that one, like not enough equipment for our learners, basically in our community, because our service is totally for free. We're happy to have them all, but the infrastructure, we don't have enough of that one.
Thank you. I think from this discussion, you can see where the opportunities are and where the challenges are and how we can find solutions. Some of the solutions you're looking for are from Benny's side and others are from Veronica's side. But also in this audience, I'm sure we have many people who can offer the kind of support you need, training support. Maybe they're able to help you source for devices for your institutions. Because the end goal is to improve education through technology. That's our end goal here. We also want to see internet being used more and more in Uganda, safely, affordably, and accessibly. Yeah. So I would like to bring this panel to a close. Maybe we have our last remarks. I could start with you, Alain, going all the way to closing remarks.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, for the opportunity. This is my first time to attend this forum, and it has been a great experience to me. I think I took a lot that I'll take back to our institution, and I'll try to apply some of the stuff that I get to learn from the challenges from my friend, and the good practices that they're using in their institutions that can be so beneficial for us. And I hope this is not the last time for me to attend this forum. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Before I say my closing remarks, I also want to refer back to the report that the Internet Society has shared with us. Well, as someone who has been to several institutions across Uganda, I also want to appreciate RENU. Yes, RENU is in some of the institutions that we have worked with, but then also I want to call upon the different stakeholders to do a little more, I should call it research, about the most appropriate internet service providers in the different regions of the country, because if you look at the report, I saw it was it MTN? MTN as the biggest service provider, and then RENU. But this also comes back to the different regions have different challenges in regards to internet. So we should also make a research to find out the best internet service providers and be able to reach these communities effectively. My last remarks, I want to thank the Internet Society. I want to thank the Uganda Internet Governance Forum for this opportunity. And on behalf of Mondo, Uganda office, Mondo Estonia office, and all our country offices, we are here as partners in bridging the digital divide. We cannot do this alone. We need different stakeholders on board. We need the government to be on board and support organizations as well, partner with us and work with us, because the government has all these policies. But when we go out to these institutions, really the policies are nowhere. Those institutions don't even know these policies. Or if they know them, they are not, they have not been trained or prepared to implement these policies. We also need different funding organizations to come on board because without the funding, then we might not reach far. And inviting everyone to come on board as we bridge the digital divide. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, George, your closing remarks. I've been reminded that I should open the floor for questions. So I don't know if you want to first give your closing remarks or we take questions, then you give a closing. Maybe you give your closing remark, then we go to the questions. Mr. George, just briefly.
Okay, in my final remarks, I'll first request people, we need now not to take internet as a means of luxury, but as a tool, a very powerful tool, and which I call basic in our learning environment. And also, for us at Nakao Vocation, we welcome people who are there and they are willing to protect the environment in one way that if you are having a faulty item, like a laptop or a phone that you feel like you're no longer using it, since we are teaching those people how to repair, to service, so we find that we need items which they can use to learn on, hands-on. So we welcome disposing in our facilities, that if you are disposing any ICT gadget, we welcome it, we collect such gadgets, we use them for skilling students, and also we encourage people to use ICT and internet in their new products. We find that the consumers, you buy phones, you buy smart TVs, whatever device that is coming is smart. So any device which is called smart, it relies on internet. And the only way you can maximize the utility of that device you have bought, or to bring out the meaning of that money you have invested into the device, is by you being connected to the internet. A phone becomes less useful and a smart TV if you don't connect it on internet. The same to security cameras. So you find that internet has to be there and a basic tool everywhere. So let's promote the use of internet and make it a basic tool, and in other places it is not luxury but really a basic.
Thank you. Maybe Ben, and then we open the floor.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the Internet Society Uganda chapter, and also thank the Internet Governance Forum for Uganda. Thank you for always considering us to partner on making sure that we advance this cause in Uganda. And Renu is happy to be here. Thank you for giving us the opportunity. And for my last word would be to any students or researchers within the audience that please make use of Renu services. There is a wide variety of services that I may not have broken down completely. Some of these are completely free, but they are going to make your work easy. If you're a researcher and you're really looking for this one paper to reference, but you can't get it properly, some of those things can easily be solved within Renu. So please reach out to us through our communication channels. You can always reach out when you have any need related to research or connectivity within the education sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I'll take questions from the audience. Anyone with a question for anyone on the panel, or even the preliminary report that we shared with you. I hope they have been shared. Any other questions for the panel? Yeah, I see somebody at the back, gentleman in white.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Mine is a question, a technical question to the gentleman from Renu. I've experienced challenges accessing EduRoam. So you'll find that there's an EduRoam hotspot today here. But let's say I go to Makerere and I'm, let's say, at ICT faculty, I'll access EduRoam. But if I go to another college where there's still EduRoam, I'm not able to access. I go to around Cafe Jabba's, there's an EduRoam hotspot, and I'm not able to log in. So just clarity on that. Where I see EduRoam hotspots, some point I'm able to log in, some point I'm not able to log in and connect. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you so much. I'm called Rachel. I'm a researcher at Egerton University in Kenya. So my question goes like this. Are there safety protocols or digital ethics guidelines in schools for internet use? Because I know we extending these internet services, but are there protocols so that, you know, there is no misuse? We want to maintain the society in its originality. Thank you.
Pardon? That was for?
Sorry?
That question was for?
For the lady.
For the lady, okay.
Thank you. My name is Mugabe. I come from OAK Cybersecurity Awareness Initiative in Africa. And my question is simple, as the minister said, that whenever there is elections, they switch off the internet for our protection. And leaving the decision and the lawmaking, building Uganda digital governance together, if we just leave it to politicians, are we, as the CSOs and people gathered here, leaving the human rights questions to be thrown under the carpet? Do you really believe in them? So what are we, as the Internet Society Ugandan chapter, doing to make sure that if these policies and laws come out, are we ensuring that they will not kill us or even kill whatever rights will be there for other people? This goes to all of us, not to a specific person. Thank you.
Maybe one last one? Okay, we have one.
Well, thank you very much. And once again, Silva Francis Onyi is my name. I hope you are not tired of listening to me. Otherwise, Uganda ratified the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, Article 24 on inclusive education, and also the Human Rights Charter, the African Human Rights Charter. What are you doing as an individual on a daily basis to include issues of disability in what you are doing? For example, the Internet Society has released, the researchers have released that report. What are you doing? Is it in Braille? How accessible is it? Or we are waiting for the government? As individuals, this is an inclusive world. What are we doing daily to include persons with disabilities in what you do? Thank you.
Over to you, Mr. President. Maybe,
yeah, one more and,
maybe we make this one the last?
Yeah, well, the last one.
Okay, right.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm seeing the title for the panel was Advancing Education Through Technology Opportunities. And I would like to mention something about, we had a scenario at school. My name is Tugume Kip. I'm a software engineering student at Makerere. So in my Form 6, the director of our school decided to separate sexes and campuses, like girls in one campus and boys in the other, and then allow us to use phones, since it was after lockdown and students had been studying online. So education through technology opportunities. So I'm seeing that sorry, I'm nervous, but the governance part, it's by rule, it's not acceptable to have for students, speaking of the statistic, 80% and 87 in secondary. Yeah, it's by rule, it's not required for a student to have a phone in school. So when our director tried doing that, it resulted into students sleeping at around 2 p.m., like hunting out for charging spots. People had laptops and tablets and phones. So students were, during that normal time of studying, the students would be dozing as a result of, we had internet. He provided access points around the school. So students would doze, and then they reverted the rule of having phones in school, which eventually led to a strike in the school. So I don't know whether it's a bit bad for the school, but the school is Mandela SS Hoima. So there's a study, like a case study that could be maybe talking to the director about the narrative of the whole topic of, yes. I thought maybe it would be something to talk about. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Over to you.
Okay, Ben, I think you'll take the first. Then yours, then I'll end.
Okay, it's okay. I think I will address the last one. So I think it's a big challenge, basically, for how to regulate phones in schools. I happen to be in a forum where UCC was training head teachers and ICT teachers of schools, and this is something we debated on for 2 hours. Other head teachers were saying we should not have phones given to students or to pupils in school. And then others were saying this is an enabler, so we should give it to them. But there is no clear guideline. So what most of the schools are doing is they approach it case by case. Depending on the school administration, if they have ways to manage the access to the phones, they normally let the students come in with the phones. They hand them over to the administration, and there's an hour for accessing the phones. Like you can go get your phone from the administration, let's say maybe every day between 5 to 6. But after that, you have to check it in again, and you don't have it, something like that. Those are the things they were discussing. But it also contributes to the results of your survey, where you have internet being used mostly by the administrators. It's because students do not have access to the gadgets. The only way they access internet is by going to the ICT lab. And you find like in a lab you have 15 to 20 computers, but this is a school of more than 1,000 students. So they actually create a rota for them. So it's a big challenge, and at the moment, the teachers prefer to approach it on case by case. Even when government will say that it's okay to let students come in with the phones, the teachers will say, we have no way to regulate them. A case in scenario is what he said, that the kids are going to be on TikTok the entire night, they can't concentrate the following day. So how would you regulate it is now a point of discussion in schools. But I think most of the schools have found a way to manage the ICT devices by students within school. And they do it by regulating. You don't have access to it the whole time. You can check it in and check it out when it's the right time to use. And just to address the first question of accessing EDROM at different hotspots, I think EDROM is a wireless network, so there could be challenges in terms of how it operates or how it reaches the hotspot you're at. We have hotspots all over the country, so it means we have backhauling technology. If I have a hotspot in Tungam, there is a backhauling network back to Kampala, and sometimes if the network or the link between is down, it means I cannot reach your database to authenticate you, because how EDROM works is you as a user, you're validated against your school database that yes, you're a valid user from Makerere University, not from REN. We do not validate you from REN. So it means I have to access the user database from Makerere and authenticate that Ben is a student in Makerere, so they can be allowed to access the internet. So if there is any break between there, sometimes you'll find like the hotspot, you can't connect to it. But I will have a one-on-one with you so that I can give you our 24-hour support number. Anytime you reach a hotspot and you're not able to access connectivity, you just send us a WhatsApp and we'll be able to fix it for you quickly. So before we leave, just make sure I give you that contact. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ben. You've given good answers. That last one was technical. It needs one-on-one. Somewhere you may get lost. Veronica?
Thank you very much for the questions. I will begin with Rachel's question. I hope I got it so well. She was asking if there are any safety protocols in schools. I hope you're talking about safety protocols in terms of how the students are using the devices. Okay. I'm going to combine it with his question about the school where there was a strike. I'm also an OG of that school, I should say, and I'm aware of everything that has been happening in that school. It's not new to me that this is happening, and as someone who has been implementing different projects that are in this digital divide space, one, I want to say the government has been encouraging digital devices in schools, but there are still very many gaps. Much as it is encouraging them, they have not streamlined how these devices should be used in schools. And then also, the schools are not aware of some of the benefits of how they can keep the students engaged with these devices. So the students are resorting to TikTok, that has been mentioned even in the earlier sessions, or other social media that could not be very educative in a certain way. But what we have been doing, and what I would also want to encourage other stakeholders here, is we need to encourage and educate these schools on how these devices should be used. One is the devices should be used for education and not social media or all these videos we have been seeing published by different students from different schools. So the students need to know what are the different ways they can be able to use these devices. One of them could be sharing assignments and assessments there. It could be sharing notes on these devices and then asking them maybe to read and be able to do research using these devices. But also, like my colleague from RENU mentioned, it's a case by case, so each institution has to find a way of regulating how these devices should be used. So we still have a lot to do. Also, what I want to put across is what Mondo has been doing is we have been conducting trainings to teach people how to use digital devices safely, because if the strike happened, probably they are not using the devices in the best way they should. So we have been doing these trainings to show people how they can also use different social media for education, because social media is not just about entertainment, it's beyond that. So that is something we have been doing. Also, I want to about the safety protocols, I want to encourage schools to also set up online safety lessons. It could be trainings through different stakeholders for the students, because really they don't know the dangers and the risks that are in all this social media. So this is something we have been doing as an organization, and I would also encourage other stakeholders to come on board, and we help the schools not go off track, but be able to benefit from the bring your digital device. And I hope I've answered your question. I'll go to the next. There was a question about, okay, this was, just a second. There was a question about what are we doing as individuals to include persons with disabilities in what we are doing. I don't want to speak as an individual because I'm not working as an individual, but I want to say we have had different modules. We do a needs assessment wherever we go. We have been working with primary teacher colleges, and these teachers are working with different people with disabilities. So we have a module on inclusive education where we are teaching them the different tools they can use for the different people with disabilities, the blind, the deaf, those who can't speak, all these kinds of disabilities. We have been showing them how they can be able to engage them using the digital devices. And I don't want to say that's enough, but we also want to work with other people because the country has a big population. So let's work together. Let's sit on a round table and see what are some of the things we can do for the people with disabilities. I was happy in the morning when I had someone here on the panel mention that they are going to implement a project for the persons with disabilities. So that gives me hope that we are also involving the people with disabilities. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll also take on the other questions and have an input. It's good also my colleagues are here. So there are questions we have as ISOC. One of them was on the internet shutdown. What are we doing? Because the minister here said that they do it for our own safety. They turn off the internet for our own safety. So what are we doing as ISOC? As ISOC, of course, we are not the government. We can't arm twist them and say, no, it's supposed to be this way, all right? So what we do normally is to advocate, and actually through these forums that sometimes we have been able to, even today, to launch even a parliamentary IGF is a huge, huge success on our side, all right? So when it comes to the internet shutdown, yes, they have fears of insecurity going on and, misinformation. But maybe instead of shutting down the whole internet, because they also have actually a valid reason. But when you now shut down everything now, that is extreme. Maybe they can shut down the part of it, but at least let us continue working with it normally. I can send my emails. Why should you shut down everything? So it has been a hard paper to kind of get them to relinquish or to let them allow this to go on. Maybe my colleagues will also add on. Then on PWDs, I think she has answered well. We are not doing, of course, enough. I won't lie to you that we are doing so much. But it has been baby steps. Previously, we did not even have the sign language interpreters, but now it has become something which is a norm. Right? Then, as she has said, we are now trying to also look for projects and chase projects that are focused on PWDs. Yeah, so of course there is so much demand out there. Yeah, my colleague also really wants to add on. Lilian?
The question on the shutdowns. I think as the Internet Society, be it the Uganda chapter or the Internet Society global, we have a stance on shutdowns that we don't support shutdowns in any form. And as the Internet Society has developed a tool that tracks the impact, especially the economic impact of internet shutdowns, we try to advocate, like the President has said, for governments or any other institutions that are taking that path to show them that this is not the best way to address the internet. Because the internet was developed as a tool for everyone, so it should not be in any way tampered with, whether it is just shutting down a particular platform or tool. And I would like members maybe here and those online to check out the Internet Pulse platform, Internet Society Pulse platform, and then you can see the cost of shutting down the internet. If it is 1 hour, 1 day, or whatever, how many days, it can give you an impression on how shutdowns actually do affect our everyday to-day lives. So as the Internet Society, our stance is the internet should not be tampered with. And this is something that we are seeing happening not just in Uganda, but globally. So I just wanted to throw some more light on that. But I think in one of our programs this year, as the Internet Society Uganda chapter, we are going to be engaging with media and a few CSOs in how to use this Internet Pulse platform, so that as we go into elections, we can have some more advocacy to see that 2026, we don't get the internet, tampered with or, blocked in any way, by providing realistic tools and the cost, and that way we can engage with the government and the ISPs to know that it hurts the livelihoods of many people who depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lillian. The last one which I'll contribute to was from the gentleman who talked about schools and internet access. Yes, indeed, it is a challenge for schools. It's also a challenge in homes. How do you regulate internet in your own home? Personally, I also struggle with it. What I try to do on a personal level, I use the Google Family Link. It's a small app. It helps you to control the other devices. So if you have children with devices, you can control what's going on their device. You can even turn it off remotely. You can set a time limit for it also, maybe only 2 hours a day, and between this time to this time, okay? And of course, there is the ultimate one where you literally take away the device. That's the one I did today. I just went to the device. So it's a big challenge, and all the schools will have to deal with it the way they see fit. On a personal level, you need to regulate these devices. I know Nabisunsa is doing that, the system where you come with a laptop, they allow it, but it is kept in storage. So during the lesson time, they allow you to go pick it, use it for your research there in the lab. After that, you take it back. The downside is that some children know how to sneak them out. So you find at least one laptop managed to make its way to the dormitory. So it's a big issue, but everyone has to find a way to manage it on their own terms. Any other questions? Otherwise, I think this is coming to a wrap.
Maybe something I would like to add on is with regard to regulation. You know, the governance aspect, the regulation bit is very important, but it also calls for competency and skills around it. So schools will have to move away from just getting anybody as an IT person. They need to get a competent person who can actually look at how can we, because to me, really internet should be available. But there are things as an IT officer who can be able to block certain sites. TikTok, if we don't want TikTok here, it can happen. It can happen. We can stop it in that school. We just block whatever is actually, and we ensure they can actually access other sites apart from what can be accessed. So technically speaking, I believe it can be done. But of course, having a policy hand in it, because the government, especially the Ministry of Education, can say something about it, but on real ground, we need both the higher education and also the primary education sectors to come out and come up with direct good strategies that can actually be able to give guidelines on what can be done. And then schools can also be able to follow, because a policy hand is always better that can support. But of course, they should also give the school the upper hand to also decide on some of those things, because we can see a very good scenario here where students cannot concentrate. They've been on phones and laptops the whole night. The next day, they cannot even study. They're busy sleeping. So there should be a balance that can be stricken. And so long as they can be that access point, schools can be able to access. Students are able to get some chance to be able to do their research, because we need to promote. We are in Africa, we are rated as one of the countries that don't do research. Most of us love to just, right now, ChatGPT is working a lot. We're not doing research. Now, if we now expose persons to these digital tools, we give them an opportunity to also do research more, come to a place of understanding and be able to contribute constructively in class discussions. Else, we're going to remain behind. So there needs to just be a balance between what the schools can offer and also what we can offer via internet, and that balance should be stricken on the management, the governance of these digital tools. And then when it comes to the implementation, like my sister was mentioning there ought to be some succinct aspects that are put in place, models, frameworks that can be able to support the institutionalization of these aspects inside, especially primary schools. So I think that is my 2 cents on the aspect.
Thank you. Thank you all. I think there are no more questions. I'd like to bring this panel to a close. Thank you all for making it and being a part of this forum. I suggest you take a picture, then we can have a close. Ladies and gentlemen, let's bring this event to a close. I would like to start by thanking the people who have sponsored this event, who made this possible. The Internet Society Foundation. ISOC is part of the ISOC Global, and under their foundation, they often give us some support for this event. Would also like to thank Renu. Today they have provided you with internet. Would also like to thank Sipesa, Acheme. Then we had an event yesterday and on Monday at the Nakawa ICT Hub. So they have also been a part of this event. Also thank the Ministry of ICT. They always give us and grant us audience. They help us with the venue. So we are very grateful, and this year we have been able to have the minister himself show up, and also to have the launch of the Uganda Parliamentary Internet Governance Forum. So we believe going forward we'll always have the annual forum for the Parliament, which is a huge step because it means they are finally recognizing the need for internet governance. Now I know there are many laws on that, but to have Parliament dedicate a day or even an event to it is a very big achievement. The next steps. Now, this was the Uganda Internet Governance Forum. There is going to be the East Africa Internet Governance Forum, which will be taking place in Nairobi next month. And also, thereafter, there will also be the Africa Internet Governance Forum, which will be taking place in Tanzania, Dar es Salaam. So at least these are places which are close, and possibly I'll be able to see many of you there. Then there will also be the United Nations Internet Governance Forum. Now, all these forums feed into the final big forum, which is at the global level. This year it will be taking place in Norway in late June. So those are the next steps in terms of this internet governance. So these discussions we have feed into the bigger picture because, as you know, we are trying to build the digital age that we are trying to have together. You're not alone. So as we build internally within Uganda, it also feeds into the regional. Why? Because the same problems you're facing are being faced in Kenya. All right? We are talking about connectivity. What about connectivity between, say, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, and the rest? So that is how this forum works and how we build into the bigger forums. Yeah, so those are our next steps. Next, I think, I don't know, do we have a group picture? Then have a closure for this event. Lillian?
Thank you, President. Just before we close, I think President mentioned some of the activities that we've been doing this week. We had the School on Internet Governance, and we are happy to see some of our fellows being actively involved, not just in that half-day meeting, but who are continuing engaging. So thank you so much. And as the Internet Society, we are building a generation of digital policy experts. So we thank you so much for the commitment you've taken on to this, and we are hoping that in the next 5 or so years, you'll be the next delegates to these global conversations. We also, the President mentioned the Youth IGF, which took place yesterday at the Nakawa Innovation ICT Hub. And I can see some of the youth who were in the panels yesterday who participated. And again, these voices are very critical when it comes to these meetings. So I think one of the other outcome documents that we are looking out as a chapter is to have some key takeaways in how the IGF in Uganda has benefited stakeholders and how we can contribute to the advancing of the digital governance system in mind of the WSIS plus 20 review that is taking place this year. So we shall be producing an outcome document out of these conversations, and this will be presented to our delegation, to the WSIS, and I think the members who have benefited from this, the conversations from the school, they are doing a very good research on that. This document will be shared to the wider community, but nonetheless, we do thank your participation. I know we had a marathon of an event, but we could not have done this year's event without the support of the government of Uganda through the Ministry of ICT and Parliament of Uganda. So members, thank you so much. Let us continue these conversations. Let us engage in the global processes, in the regional processes, as mentioned by the President. And I wish you a very happy, tomorrow is a public holiday, right? Labor Day. It is time we rest and we get back to work on Friday. Please, I think, let us not go to offices on Monday, but Friday is a working day. So I thank you so much for your active participation. I think President had called for a group picture, but I was going to make a blunder by not thanking the team of volunteers we work with. As we know, the Internet Society is a member-based organization. We attract everyone who is using the internet because you're a stakeholder group in the work that we do. So for those who have not joined the Internet Society, now is the time to join and work with us in advancing Uganda's internet agenda. I would like to thank the team that have been behind scenes making sure that things are working. We apologize where things have not worked well. We can always do better. But we thank you, Nebat, Brenda, our president, our VP. He's somewhere, he always sits somewhere behind. And to the whole team of the volunteers, Emmanuel and the delegation you led, thank you so much. And let us continue to have this spirit. So I do encourage everyone who is not part of the Internet Society, please write to us through info@isoc.ug, join the chapter, and then we can see how we can always continue convening and contributing to these conversations. I thank you. Oh, I declare the meeting closed, so President.